Hello, and welcome to another episode of me, Robin McIver, playing Disco Elysium Part 4. So, where we left off, we are completed the first day. I'm quite happy with what I've done on the first day. I've got rid of the body. Had a chat with my man Kim, and now the next day has begun. We spoke to the union representatives in the cafe. Are they represent? No, just the dock workers, I suppose, on strike. So not the union representatives, but the strikers. And now we're just going about town. So yeah, without further ado, let's get back into it. Cheers to another episode, and let's do it. Alright, you guys should be seeing it. Testing. Yeah, audio should be fine. Been having problems over the last couple of weeks trying to get the audio correct. You should be seeing it. That's all. Oh, that's it. Cool, let's get in. So, our objective for the day is to speak to the union reps. I think that's our main objective. Side quest, I want to kind of figure out the whole pawn shop thing. I also want to sort the bridge out. So I want to do that first. Is there anything to look at? Take a look around. Hot air rises up from the sewer, sour, acidic, and strangely comforting. Is there anything up here? I think there's something up here, wasn't there? Alright, let's try the pawn shop. Let's do it proper. So now with this game, I've realised that time goes the more you talk to people. So usually I would actually speak to do all dialogue choices, but I might have to refrain from doing that. Otherwise, the day will end too fast. So yeah, I'll be keeping that in mind. Mostly military wear, a few more eccentric fashions thrown in. I want to lower down my dialogue, my audio slightly. Testing. Hopefully that's fine. Okay. Got a lot of stuff here. Some kind of machine, an antique cash register. A bust of a woman. The plaque simply says Dell. Day. Dolores Day? Dolores. In the dark, a film projector is whirling away.
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. Some on horseback, others in rags, others yet in bright blue uniforms. All are stern and unyielding in their duty.
Inspect the knights on horseback, inspect the blue uniforms, inspect the figures in rags. Interfacing, dig up a truly cool figurine in the box under the table. Yeah, right. I'll do that.
Why? What's this? A headless man riding a horse? A headless man wearing futuristic tracksuit trousers that say found.
What is this? Shout to the shopkeeper.
Oh, That's the Headless Phone Rider.
Who?
The Headless Phone Rider. It's an urban legend about a man who rides the streets of Revachol sporting a fawn tracksuit. As you see, he's missing his head.
He points out the decapitated figurine.
50 cents. Bargain price. I'll throw in the tiny cap too. I think he's looking for it, or something. That part of the story has many interpretations.
He lost his cap when he lost his head. Perhaps he's looking for the head.
Yeah, it's only 50.
Did I mention that this figurine is supposed to be lucky? Always carry it with you.
Cool. Respected blue uniforms.
They're not all blue. These figurines also wear gold coats and caps, complemented by orange trousers. They are variously posed, wielding swords and rifles with bayonets.
Are these wireless soldiers?
Which ones? Ah, those. Yes, they are. I find the paint job a bit gaudy, but children like the bright colours indiscriminately.
Right. Let's see what item is. I can sell it for less than what I bought it for. The plastic headless phone rider says the top is equally plastic bull. His posture indicates either desperation or pride. Comes as a set with the infamous foul cut for which he lost his head. The head isn't included. Cool. Anything here I can actually sell? I suppose I could sell the shop pro if I need to. 13 quid. Or the gun. 11 I can get for that. Can't seem to equip them. Alright, let's speak to... Let's take a look up here first actually.
The boomboxes on the shelf look well loved and well traveled. Chipped, dented, they stare at you with the unblinking eyes of their tape reels.
Stand on your tiptoes to see more.
One especially catches your eye. Deep gold and amber plastic with a big old handle on top. A classic boombox that says Stereo 8 approved. Just make sure it works before you buy it.
Shopkeeper, this Stereo 8 approved machine here. What I really want to know is, could this device come in handy in my police work? Are you sure this is all in working order? Are you sure this is all working order?
Absolutely. I've tested each one myself with recordings of speech, found sounds and music from a variety of genres. Even though I don't really like music.
That's odd. Why doesn't he like music?
Don't like music? What do you like then?
The stuff I record myself. Silverware shaking in drawers as motor cars race by. Nocturnal animals climbing on the roof. Airship rotors. That kind of thing.
Maybe you should ditch music as well. Get into these more experimental sounds he's describing.
What I really want to know is, could this device come in handy in police work?
If police work means playing tapes, sure. You can use it for that. Or any other time you'd need to play a tape.
Shopkeep, this Stereo 8 approved machine here.
Is the Harman Welsh W2. Made in Vespa. Designed in Seoul. Plays all reel-to-reel formats. 2mm, 8mm, 12mm. It's even got a little radio in there. It'll set you back 12 real.
Nah. Alright, let's speak to him.
Hello again. How can I help you?
Electrochemistry, because he's like high. This allows me to check. Composure noticed psychedelics. Um, you might be able to aid our investigation. By the way, do you happen to have any guns? Like the ones carried by... Well, let's do electrochemistry first.
Okay,
Oof.
he definitely is high. Whatever it is, you've probably done it, and many other things besides. But you can't cut through the jumble of sensations to get to the answer. Looking at his wares, talking to him, that might give you more clues.
You might be able to aid our investigation.
I doubt it, but I can try and answer any questions you may have.
Know anything about the recent hanging?
I do my best to keep my distance from all manner of butchery. Bad for business, bad for everyone.
He doesn't know anything.
Know about Wild Pines representatives that are in town?
Can't say I'm a huge admirer of Wild Pines. And I can't say I trust any silver-tongued spokesperson of theirs. Fortunately, I have no reason to get involved.
Wait, what do you have against Wild Pines?
What should I have for it?
Have you met a Wild Pines rep?
No, just people like that make everyone else see the world somewhat askew, at an angle that is convenient for them. Now, you have more questions, or are we?
Actually, that's all got.
The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
By the way, do you happen to have any guns, like the ones carried by the officers of the citizens militia?
Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question. I promptly sold her the gun you pawned a couple days back.
I pawned a gun. Oh, my gun.
This is a pawn shop, and it did feel as if you've met before. Oh God. The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another, alert.
Wait, I sold you my gun? Was the buyer a policeman too? At least now I know how I lost my sidearm. There's still something else. Right, well, was the buyer a policeman too? It's the woman, the representative, the woman who's part of the protest, I think.
She didn't seem like a policeman, although she kept referring to herself as a pig, which was odd. I found her interest in the gun a bit obsessive, but I was just happy to get rid of it, and of her. Truth be told, she was terrifying.
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the citizens' militia, and now a civilian is running around the streets of Martinez with it?
There's only one explanation. She must be one of my rabid fans, or maybe she's a vigilante who wants to prove she can do our jobs better than we can. I don't like it either, or if she intends to commit a crime and blame it on the citizens' militia. Yeah, okay, I did number 3.
You're right that she could cast aspersions on the force. We have to find her.
Any idea where I could find the buyer?
My apologies, officer, but I have no idea where she was coming from or where she went.
A needle in a haystack. There is nothing you can do about it now. You'll just have to hope you luck upon her somehow.
Where I sold you my gun?
You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer. Said you were undeserving of a service weapon of the Revachol Citizens Militia. And I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long. Off the charts photon emissions. The unhealthy kind.
Let's talk about something else.
Of course.
I want to ask you about my missing gun again.
Sure thing.
Thanks for the review. Let's talk about something else.
Sure, man.
Alright, we've got everything. I suppose I could put on better items to win the electrochemistry. Dice roll. Yeah, +1. Fingerless gloves. Yeah. Alright, try down you go on. Keep looking. Maybe someone else knows something else. Cool. Did I check this?
Wow, a very large red t-shirt with an impressive print stands out from the other garb. Oh yeah, the print depicts a muscled man striding toward you, a giant sword in each hand, encircled by burning embers. Behind him is a cluster of cabins engulfed in flames. Beneath him are the words, Heimdall burning.
Sniff the t-shirt. That's a rad man from Heimdall t-shirt you got there. How much you selling t-shirts for? That's a rad man.
Hell yeah, man. I don't usually carry printed tees, but this one was just pure exemplar.
You must be a serious man from Helmdall fan. We have long common. I'm a big fan of the man from Helmdall too.
I wouldn't go so far as to say that I'm a fan, but I do think the Yomdalaman saga is an integral part of our shared reality.
Helmdall man.
Most people don't think that the man from Yomdal really existed, but they're wrong.
What do you mean the man from Helmdall was real?
I mean, even if the man from Yomdal didn't exist before the adventure novels, the stories have made it so that he has. It's simple, really.
Okay.
He sounds incredulous.
You sound skeptical. It's not that complicated. All that's required is a more robust understanding of cause and effect. Besides, I've been to Kotla, though not quite as far north as the Helmdall, and watched northern lights travel across the sky. Very unique, energetic tides there.
It's for the best, because Eamdal is not a real place, and thus he could not have gone there. His theory isn't exactly incoherent, but its logic does suggest some unusual neural activity. Interesting.
He's just high. How much you selling a t-shirt for?
2 real.
That's dirt cheap.
Can you give it to me for free?
But why?
Because I'm broke copper for sent to my name. Perhaps I could repay you in some other way. I guess I can't really think of any good reason. Perhaps I could pay you in some other way.
I deal in goods, not services.
Yeah, fuck it, let's get it.
Welcome to Helmdall, officer.
The man from Helmdall is standing in front of a burning village, dual wielding his ever-present Zwei handlers. His muscles look ready to burst out of two-dimensional print into three-dimensional life. Yeah, let's get on. My 40 goes down by 2. That's too funny. Keep looking. Oh. Electrochemistry is added to the list of stuff I need to do. Cool. I think we're done here for now. What do I need to do this bridge again?
A crumpled billboard reading, Samaran butter, soaks in the sign billboard has fallen on the waterlock, keeping it open, and thus out of order.
What is Samaran butter?
Whatever it is, the boy on the billboard seems very happy about it. Goat milk butter. The Samaran terrain makes it easier to raise goats than cows, and the local goat farmers produce high-quality meat and dairy staples that add variety to other nations' diets. It's an acquired taste.
Do I have anything for visual calculus? Cool. Alright, I'm going to go to the protest and see what's going on there. Just go and look around first. Make sure I didn't miss anything. Box slogan, Hammernox covers the track. Did I do anything here? I don't think I've done anything here. So ruins full of snow. No one lives here anymore. I spoke to this woman.
The small, wrinkled woman does not greet you. She nods along to something on her radio. A photograph is clutched in her hands, and there is a warm smile on her face. The photo, an ambrotype from the turn of the century, as golden as her smile.
Snap your fingers in front of her face. Excuse me, madame. I'd like to ask you some questions. Yeah, I'll do number 2.
No response. Wherever this woman is, your words fail to reach her.
Snap your fingers.
Wait,
The lieutenant stops you before you snap.
she's just a distracted old woman. Better to leave her alone.
Why?
Why? I just told you why.
If you say so. Fair enough. There's a shop here. There's a guy here. Let's go in. Let's see what's in the bin first. Yes. Wow, needed that.
Welcome to Rivachol.
Announces the rooted man. The remark is addressed to you. It's addressed to the lieutenant. Why are you addressing my partner with that? Hey, I know Ravishal. That's where we are. Do number 1. Why you address my partner?
Don't you welcome to Revachol me. My grandfather came here from a 3,000-year-old racist isolationist culture, while your ancestors came to this island a mere 300 years ago. Every school of thought and government has failed in the city, but I love it nonetheless. It belongs to me as much as it belongs to you.
What's happening? You sound angry, Kim. You tell him. I'll do you tell him.
It's men like you who keep Revachol divided, making it that much harder for everyone to climb out of this post-war limbo.
What he means is, fixation on the Revacholian nation makes it harder for Revachol to actually attain self-determination.
That's why you undermined our best shot as real self-determination. Stop whipping into this guy. He's just really proud of being Revacholian. So we are in limbo. He's right. You should you undermine our best shot of real self-determination.
Oh, come on, man. I just said welcome to Rivachol. It's a lorry driver thing.
I know exactly what you meant. You think my kind doesn't belong here, that I should watch myself and behave.
I've never known Kim to be triggered.
But you see, I'm an officer of the RCN, It's actually my job to make sure you behave. I would advise you to remember that.
Silence. The air between them becomes tense. Your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine.
Fucking hey, Kim, I've got your back. Point your finger pistols at the lieutenant. Well, I think we all learned something here. Smart as oil man. Now that's settled, we have a couple of questions. Yeah, I'll go number one. Fucking hey, Kim, got your back.
You two make a cute couple. You know that?
The lieutenant exhales and resumes his regular calmness.
Now that that's settled, we have a couple of questions.
Whatever you say, officers.
He waits impassively, cigarette smouldering between his fingers.
He smells of heavy motor oils and his breath of high tar content cigarettes, probably Astra Whites.
What's the argument all about? What are you hauling? What are you hauling?
Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but the dock workers are on strike, so it's a sit and wait on your ass situation.
Wait, how long has this been going on for then?
The strike? Oh, they've been at it for a while. A month, 2 months maybe. But this here is just the last week or so.
What kind of cargo are you supposed to pick up?
Apples.
Apples is exactly the kind of thing you'd say if you had something to hide.
Sounds like a cover story to me.
Look, as detective, I come from a long line of lorrymen. We got ancient rights and privileges.
He loses his patience for explaining it.
Oh, I'm here to pick up a load of fucking apples, man. Just regular, Koiko picked apples.
Koiko may be another derogative for a person from Grad, you think.
Oh, so they grow apples in Gold?
Yep, it's one of their main exports. They grow them down South Yekokata. A beautiful place. Got great scenic vistas.
In fact, Yekokata is a desolate wasteland whose name literally translates to Zone of Ecological Catastrophe. It features no scenic vistas and supports virtually no plant or animal life.
Yokokata is not in the south, and they definitely don't grow apples there. You keep saying Kojkos. What does that actually mean? Actually, I'm not interested in your cargo. I'll go to the top one. They definitely don't grow apples there.
Yeah? Says who?
It's in literally the name, the Zone of Ecological Catastrophe.
Then, I guess they grow apples somewhere else. You can never really tell with those koikos. They're everywhere, except their own homes.
You keep saying Koikois, what does that actually mean?
He means the people living in Grad.
Yeah, I can't do that.
Yeah, you know, Gradniks, Gradvolk, those degenerates from Grad.
Okay, but why the word Kojo? Okay, so it's an ethnic slur. Yeah.
Hey, if the name and description fit by the very grace of nature, who am I to say otherwise?
So can I see the apples?
Did you miss the part where I said they aren't here yet? Besides, even if I did have some, I wouldn't go putting my nose in them, huh?
He looks at you with a strange glint in the eye.
Relax. You've got all you can get here. He probably doesn't even know what he's hauling, even if it is something unsavory. So he'd remain unaccountable.
What's the argument all about?
It's about biological determinism, natural law, the sorting of the races.
Spits on the ground.
Not the most popular topic nowadays, with the coalition in charge and all. You might want to change the topic. That is, bury your head under the sand like common sheep.
Gilleson has to be the unpopular guy. Oh, so you're just a racist. Makes sense. To be honest, I can't really remember what that means. Please explain. On second thought, I'll talk about something else. get it, someone has to be the unpopular guy.
I'm not the only one. Look, I've read books. The science of racial theory has all been proved, even if some people don't want to accept it. People who've studied these things say that you and me are superior by design. So, naturally, we Occidentals should be in charge. Obviously, you can see the merits in that.
Yeah, no, we're not doing that. I'm watching a podcast about Rwandan genocide, and this is sounds exactly like that. Like leads to bad things. Yes, I can really tell you're a prime example of superior design. Right, I've already made my mind. Want to hear it? I'll go straight to 3. Jump ahead.
Oh?
The man seems mildly disappointed you don't want to hear more on his lecture. Yeah, I think I could get down with racism. Yeah, I'm not down with this. Why don't you go fuck yourself? Okay, sure, whatever. I'd rather really talk about something else. Do we go harsh on there? Fuck you. Yeah, let's go hard on it.
Don't push your luck, runt.
The man gives you a disgusted look, then turns his attention elsewhere, ignoring your presence.
Looking for something odd? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
He said something about the rights and privileges of lawmen.
Oh yeah, they're a big deal. My great-grandfather was a carter, had a royal license and everything. We've tried to hold on to our privileges.
Hold on, was a Carter?
Someone with a cart. What did you think it was? That's how deep into history our thing reaches. Before machines.
And that's a privilege?
Sure fucking is. We have a guild and everything, huh? Very ancient. Very prestigious.
So who's in the Carter's
Goddamn
Guild?
right. They've been trying to fuck us out of our heritage in the name of profit. But when they try to replace us, they'll regret it. Trusting street thugs with their goods is going to fuck them right up the ass. Mark my words. Generations of practice ain't no laughing matter.
We're done for now. Yeah. Maybe I could have got more conversation out of him, but yeah, I don't want to ignore the racism basically. Alright, we've got a shop. Florist, newsagent, convenience shop. Melancholy pop song plays on the radio. Let's take a look at that.
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals 10 cents.
Where's the machine?
Oh, that's the tear machine.
But what is it?
It's a machine for tear. You know, you find tear outside, like bottles or whatever, and put it in the machine, then it gives you money.
Cool. Let's do this swindle. This tear swindle.
I see, and how do I pick up tear from the tear machine?
You need a bag, I guess. We used to have some, but we gave them all out, so...
She shrugs awkwardly.
Feel free to use it if you find a bag, though. I'm sure there are some out there. Somewhere.
Okay, go look for a bag. Yellow roses, dozens of them. Tulips, too.
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display of croissants and juice bottles. The raincoats are transparent, except for the big Fritta slogan on the back. The packages are small, discreet, sloppily stacked, making them easier to take unnoticed. No need to worry about knocking over a display.
What's that? Points to the raincoat. Plastic raincoat plus 1 endurance. Still a raincoat. No, I'm not going to do any stealing. What's that? Point to a raincoat.
What is what? It's a raincoat. If you want to buy one, then it's only 4 real.
She taps on the glass counter of the raincoat and patiently waits. Purchase.
Her attention is drawn to the raincoats. Stealing one undetected will now be more difficult.
Yeah, I wasn't planning to steal that.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the Saint Baptiste Pharmaceutics logo. Their logo is the bloodless rose, pure white, untouched by harm.
Just ask me if you need anything from Saint Baptiste. We don't stock prescription meds, but we do have Nosafed, Duramine, Magnesium, and Hypnogamma.
Oh, fuck. Quality. Magnesium. I need to stop on that. What do these products do?
I don't know. Let's see. Nosafed is a nasal spray. Duramine is a really good painkiller. Magnesium is a dietary supplement. Hypnogamma is...
She stops.
I don't really know what Hypnogamma is. I guess it makes you feel less shit. It's recommended to use after lots of partying, studying, or exercising.
Can you be a little bit more specific?
No. Sorry. I'm not like a doctor or anything.
Nosafed heals +1 health. Duramine heals +3 health. Magnesium heals +1 morale. Hypnogamma heals +3 morale.
Cool. Let's get some magnesium. $0.90 for a bowl. Well, I can always come back for more. Yeah, no, I've got enough stock for now, so I'll think about that later. Who is Saint Baptiste?
Saint Baptiste. You know, the pharmaceuticals company. Saint Baptiste Pharmaceuticals. The one that sells meds out of Saint Baptiste. That one. There.
She is right. Saint Baptiste, the company, derives its name from Saint Baptiste, the city. Itself so named because that's what it is. A rare case where that really is the full etymological history. As far as almost anyone knows, at least.
Cool. Well, at least know where to stock up for life. Morale more than anything.
A colourful display of cigarettes and alcohol bottles line the shop wall, inviting you closer. The bottles wink at you in the light. The smokes too glitter in their wrapping. It's like looking into a kind of heaven. Your knees are weak. There, in that dark green glass, all in vain. The great flowing river of warmth, wine, alcohol, beer, alcohol, love, alcohol.
I am in heaven. I need it also back. Say nothing, just take it in. There's no good place for a recovering addict. Yeah, I do that.
Guess not, no.
I'm trying to get sober here. Although I'll do cigarettes.
I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health. But I guess you already know that.
Please tell me more about the products. Don't sell me any under any advice. Under the... Oh, sorry. I'm completely reading my own thing here. I thought it was like, don't sell me any under any circumstances. Ooh. Right, cool. That's all we have. Red wine includes minus +1 on physique, -1 on morale. Yeah, they all do the same thing. Oh, you got smokes. +1 intelligence, -1 health. So the no, it's 290. I don't have the money spared now, but it might be good to have just so I can like hand it out later maybe. Do you sell any under the counter devices?
No, Frit only sells legal drugs, like the law says.
Please tell me more about these products.
The pale aged vodka is special, I guess. It's stored in pale for a couple of years, which makes it super expensive and super strong.
What's pale?
You know,
She shrugs, uninterested in explaining it further. Okay, what would consuming this stuff do to your body?
I mean, I already said it'd hurt you. I don't know what else they do.
She stares at you, unsure.
Substances give powerful bonuses to your main stats at the cost of damage to your health or morale. Cigarettes raise your intellect while damaging your health. Alcohol raises physique while damaging your morale. Use medication, like Nosafed and magnesium, to counteract the negative effects of substances. Note: consuming substances can have unforeseen consequences for you.
Yep. No. Oof, that one's like 30 quid. I'll leave that. Alright, it's good to know I can go to stock up on items, basically.
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. This big, heavy Grad-made machine is well kept for such an old machine.
Look in the window.
The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see a lorryman's cabin with personal belongings, stickers, insignia.
What kind of stickers and insignia?
The driver has adorned his space with a substantial collection of peculiar paraphernalia. Proclamations about honor, strength, and purity are glued to various panels. A large metal pendant hangs from the rear view mirror. The pendant features a sun crowned with wavy rays. It is the seal of Royalist era Revachol.
What about a back seat?
The back end of the cabin has a small perch to sleep, large ashtrays. There are several suns and wheels sewn into the curtains. A book with ragged edges catches your notice. The front cover features a large, muscular man. The title reads, Man from Eamdal in the Lost City of the Pygmies.
Racist nationalist paraphernalia. Not unusual in this part of town. This is our guy.
Lieutenant nods towards the racist lorry driver. You think the lorry belongs to our tough guy?
Likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his machine.
There he is, in front of Rita, smoking nervously, hoping it's over.
Cool, let's... Oh, we just... This says GRH. The Greater Revachol Industrial Park. Alright, let's do it.
Bastards! We have a right to work!
The man yells towards the harbour gate, his voice is loudest of the lot, and oddly screeching for a man his size. What's going on here?
Hold up and stay frosty, everyone.
Stay frosty.
Cops are here.
His broad-shouldered alpha male turns to you. He's a full-headed, taller than everyone else here. So also, last episode, they keep saying your name's Harry. Harry, when I think Harry, I think of Dirty Harry, which is like a famous cop film from the 70s with Clint Eastwood. So there's a lot of like references to famous like cops or like action movies. And also Stay Frosty, I think it's a common saying, but I just remember it most from Aliens.
You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down.
No.
Good. We're fighting for a cause here. Right to work! Right to work! Besides, we're not that different. It helps if people see us talking, cops and strikebreakers together. Shows authorities are on our side. Builds confidence.
What kind of causes are we talking about? I don't think I've chosen any sides yet. Regardless, I have some questions for you. What kind of causes are we talking about?
Rights of people. Rights of workers.
Yep,
To
sounds
have
good.
gainful employment. To make a salary. And feed their families.
His manner of speaking is wooden, the tone of voice bland and uninspired, almost as if compiling replies from a set of learned phrases.
Regardless, I have some questions for you.
Maybe you should ask them the questions. Like, why we're not allowed to make a living here. Shame on you! We have families to feed, you piece of shit.
He points his finger at the man sitting on the railing.
So do we, Scab.
The loitering man hollows in return. What is a strike? Who are all these strike breakers? What exactly is your goal here? Yeah, what exactly is your goal?
We were promised work. We'd be in there, working, if the bastards hadn't shut the gates.
Okay, I won't discuss something else.
The physically impressive man tower has turned his attention back to the gates. He ignores your presence.
Who are all these strike breakers?
Honest men and women, with rights, to work, to be useful, not toys for corporate interests.
The man was a hand through his steadily greying military head.
We came here to help the harbor run smoothly in time of crisis. If Union fucks don't want work, they ought to let in those who do want work.
I have a question. Why do all these men follow your leadership?
You think they follow because I'm big and loud? No. They follow the rules of the market, the rules of the economy, because they were given a job to do!
What is a strike?
When a bunch of ungrateful, lazy cockroaches can't get their act together, decide to block honest work for other people.
He shifts uncomfortably in his overalls, his work overalls. What do the strikers want?
Beats me. They mumble nonsense about boardrooms and workers' rights, while we have the right to work!
When the man moves around, you perceive some serious abs underneath his tight-fitting shirt. This man is in shape.
Yeah, probably don't want to start fighting.
There's something odd in the way he carries himself. His set of clothing looks vaguely mismatched. The different pieces of the attire seem ill-fitting.
Ill-fitting? What does that mean? He's a plant, right? He doesn't actually care.
His shirt is far too small and an unpleasantly tight fit, while the overalls, held up by a belt, seem to fit a man with much more corpulence.
You wearing new clothes?
He ignores your question, choosing instead to turn to the emaciated workers, raising both fists in the air. The clothes are obviously not his. Silence is the answer. There's something off here, but he won't say what. You've been talking to him for quite a while now. Something is off with this guy. Ask him where he's from.
Okay, I gotta ask, where exactly you from?
What's it to you?
Deep-set suspicion drips from every syllable. Curiosity gonna figure out this strike mess. Routine part of an investigation. I thought you looked real familiar for a second. I say routine part of an investigation.
Am I a suspect? Done no crimes. I only fight for the rights of people.
Yeah, you keep saying that, mate. The more you say that, the less I believe you. Alright, got that. I'm interested in your background. Yeah, already got that. Yeah, already got that. I'm interested in your background.
We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain, in Jamrock. Backgrounds in odd jobs, heavy lifting, cargo hauling, bouncer work. I know the drill.
A bouncer? Where? I frequent a lot of bars myself. Maybe it's one of those. Maybe it's one I know. Sweet, I know bars. Been thrown out from several. Maybe that's why you seem familiar. don't really drink, but work has taken me to some. Which one was it? Yeah, top one. Bouncer. Where? African Lord was.
Worked at Territorium. Ring a bell?
Yeah, he's making a shell. Yeah, I think I've been there. Not right now, but I might have been there. I don't really remember the things well. Never heard of it, but you're lying. Yeah, fuck it, I'm doing that.
We're done here. I have a strike to break.
That was too harsh.
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you!
I wasn't done asking questions. Hey, tough guy. I had more questions. Excuse me, I had further inquiries. Let's go a bit soft.
Things are busy enough. You're going to waste less of my time?
We'll see.
The hulking man oozes stark skepticism.
That doesn't make sense. Alright, fine. If anyone's just watching, I'll just give you an update before I end again. I'm on day 2. Day 1, I basically had to investigate a murder. There's a hanging on the back of a restaurant where I'm staying. I looked at the body. Body in there, I took down the body. Put it in my assistant's car, Kim. Now there's a second day. I need to figure out who done the killing. Spoke to a whole bunch of strikers in the cafe. They said they did it, but you believe the son has behind it. And now we have to try and investigate and find, speak to more people. I think we're meant to be speaking to strike workers at the moment. Should double check the actually. Oh yeah, interviewed a Wild Pines rep. So that's my main objective for today. I got a million other objectives, but one thing at a time. I feel like there's some objectives that are a little bit more of time-based priority. Time goes faster the more dialogue options you pick, so I'm quite limited on who I can speak to in a day, basically, and how often.
So, how'd you like our harbor?
You've been in there, he means. Talked to the boss man too, probably.
Labour Utopia, not approving.
It's but a rest area on the path leading across open plains.
He knows solemnly, then turns to you, a wide smile adorn his face. And also yesterday as well, I actually managed to sneak my way onto the harbour, the docks, and spoke to the dock leader, I think he was. He was some corporate guy.
Right. You talk to the boss, eye to eye, like men of the plain. If you have any more questions, I'm set to talk.
Any idea who killed the hangman?
The mercenary, eh? Who could have killed him? That's indeed the question. Why even do such a thing?
The merc was hanged with a very specific type of cargo belt, one often used in heavy transport areas, for example, harbours. The harbour is a prime area of suspicion. In your opinion, are the dock workers involved in the killing? Yeah, the harbour is a prime area of suspicion. In your opinion, is the dock workers involved?
What a thought! Why would noble workers resort to such a thing? Unless they were pushed, of course.
Pushed out.
Your dead guy was an enemy combatant.
Hold up, what do you mean?
He was an agent of the opposition, attempting to undermine our honorable efforts.
Did you kill him?
I ain't the murdering type, but that's just me. Large organizations like our union have all sorts of men, with all sorts of skills.
He's not lying about not doing it himself.
Understood. This has been of limited use. Still, thank you.
No problem. I wish the best to you in your search. Sure, I'm glad it's not my search.
Cool. I spoke to that guy a bit on the first day. Just save. I've been in here before. What does this thing do again? Actually.
The file cabinet stands steady as ever, and the unlocked drawer slides out to greet you. The drawer slides.
Volition. Do I have anything to increase my volition? No. Right. Do I have anything on minuses? Nope. Let's see how close I am to a new level. 80 of 100. Getting there. I don't think it's... Oh yeah, this is the one I wanted to check out. I did this
The
yesterday.
payphone hangs mutely on the wall. There isn't much more to do here.
I forgot what I did. She the one stole my gun? Can't speak to her then.
Nobody betrays your degeneracy.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
The young woman at the giant side agrees. Say nothing, size him up first. What do you mean my body betrays my degeneracy? My body does not betray my degeneracy. My body is unimportant. I'm with the police and I have police business with you. Oh yeah, let's do that one. My body is unimportant.
That is precisely the negligence that has led you to succumb to Al Ghul.
His face contorts in disgust, as if he was smelling a dead rat.
You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al Ghul emerges from your throat. You cannot see it, but others can. It is making the woman in my company sick.
Man, that drawing's so good. Wait, Al Ghul? Smell your breath. Kim, is it really so bad? You're right, I'm an alcoholic now. I need you to cooperate with me. I don't have a problem with Al Ghul. I drink a little on the weekends. Wait, Al Ghul?
Yes, Al Ghul.
He means alcohol.
Understood?
I doubt it. My microcephalic race servant.
I don't have a problem with alcohol, I just drink a little on weekends.
Your mouth moves, but the one who speaks is Al Ghul. You are but a vessel for the Ghul now. Very little of yourself remains. Occidental Haplogroup B4 is done giving orders around here. The influence of the ham sandwich race is waning.
Does this remind you of someone? The guy down there?
Yep. First, let me get this clear. I'm not a drunk, I'm a cop. I just had a drink every now and then. Everyone does. That fat racist over there, points to the racist lorry driver. You're just him after pumping some iron. I'm the police and I need you to comply now. The race stuff is unimportant here. I just need you to help me do my job. First, let me get this clear. I'm not a drunk, I'm a cop. No, I don't do that. The fat racist over there points to the lorry driver. You're... No. I'm a police and need you to comply now.
jerking motions, signs of a late-stage neurodegenerative disorder. How far the Occidental haplogroup has fallen. You were once a noble and powerful race. You gave the world eugenics, electricity, and powerful weapons of war like missiles and aerostatic aircraft. You made great gains in metallurgy, race theory, and statecraft. You dominated lesser cultures, like the deformed Hemians and the inexplicably potato-obsessed Khoikos. But now your ascent to the genetic summit has halted. You are obsessed with sadness and with frivolous pop culture. You will be superseded. Isn't that right, babe?
It is, baby, yeah. You know it.
You're right about all this. Now I just need to cooperate me as a police officer. The situation is serious, you people have probably killed me. Yeah, I'll go the first one. You're right about all this, I just need you to cooperate with me as a police officer.
Enough with this begging. You should leave the stage of history with dignity by inviting the other races to a great world war. Bring your troops to the Simenine Islands and to Boogie Street, and we will pulverize you. When you are gone, we will build a museum for you. The walls will be lined with bottles of Al Ghul, your beloved beverage. Inside, we will store the odes to homosexuality you call art, and your microcephalic skulls.
You could internalize Measurehead's race theory. It would enrich you rhetorically.
Wouldn't I mean have to become some of these supremacists myself?
Well, not as such. What you do with a mastery of advanced race theory is up to you. You could reject the findings, sure, or accept them and become an advanced racist.
Well, there's no harm in learning. Is Nephron the Union boss fight? Why are you not with the Hardy Boys? What is tattoos of yours supposed to mean? Conceptualization high. Subscribe to advanced race theory. Yeah, just fucking do that.
Go ahead. Don't be shy. Just ask for race secrets.
Alright, fine. I mean, 83%. That's the highest percentage so far that I've lost to. I want to learn this race theory of yours so that we become friends. Try to smile pathetically. I need some of that race stuff in my brain. Sock it to me. Yeah, he's kind of a strong man. He kind of like likes people who's strong, so go with that. I need some of that race stuff in my brain. Sock it to me.
Inane popular culture lingo. It is intellectually uninteresting to sock anything to an infant such as you.
Isn't your boss white?
Oh, don't be vulgar. White or not has got little to do with this. The race enigma runs much deeper than that.
He turns his eyes towards the harbour, seemingly bored of you. Yeah, but you still serve him. How does that factor into your life? Yeah, fuck it, I'm not reading the others and going with that.
Mr. Clare is a man of vision and means. He has the will to confront international capital, which is something your race naivistic communists never did. Also, to serve is noble. It takes discipline. Your petulant individualism has only contributed to your race failure. It is lax and moronic.
I know communism is pretty cool. Individualism is my jam. My jam is a mysterious fourth thing.
Jam.
Yep, I know that.
Individualism. You have gotten these ideas from degenerate youth culture, have you not? You have picked them up from rock and roll songs?
I'm going from disco actually. Yeah, fuck it.
Offshoots of the Seminoles people invented disco while having sex under the influence of cocaine. It is a shame upon my race, but what is done is done. I am not surprised you enjoy it so much. This has happened to many of the side products of the inevitable cultural victory of the Seminoles race.
Who are the Seminoles? I don't really know who the Seminoles are. Obviously experienced head trauma. Wonderful. We've done this one, haven't we? Okay, who are the Seminoles?
The South Island race, haplogroup A4A. We are the rightful masters of the Insulindian archipelago. We descend from the Areopagites of ancient Pericarnassus and arrived here 4,000 years ago. Millennia before you. We are the future. That is all you need to know.
So you were born and raised on the islands before you moved to Ravachol.
I am a descendant. The narrow streets of Ulumbuir are with me in my genetic dreams. I see young Seminoles women walk into the grey mass on Ile de Fantôme, waiting on immaculate conception from the pale.
So you did come from the islands. So you did not come from the islands? So you did come from the islands?
No. I have heard about it on the radio.
So you're not really Seminoles, you're just from Ravachol.
I'm from Couronne. And no, it is not just in Ravachol. The city is central to the Seminoles strategy. Spreading through its trade networks, our culture will dominate the world. You have heard enough about our phylogenetic secrets for today. You have extinction to come to terms with. Think upon it.
Kim, what do you think about this? Yeah, okay.
I think this racist is better than the last. But the next racist will be the really good one.
That will be the...
That would be our lucky racist. How do you know there would be a next racist? I like the previous racist better, actually. That would be our lucky racist.
He will grant us 3 wishes.
Your pedomorphic friend has quick wits. A protruding occiput and an indented zygomatic bone.
The lieutenant does not flinch.
You should keep him close. The congenital defect of farsightedness does not render him a complete invalid. He still has the use of his mind.
Why you know what the Hardy Boys?
I am not the first line of defense. I am the last. In addition, these so-called Hardy Boys are an effeminate clique of bodybuilders. Their company is spiritually degrading.
You pick up on something artificial in his tone, like he's putting on an act. This is unlike him. He is usually more himself.
By your part of the union? There's more to it. We have you... What have you got against him? Yeah, I did it.
Fine. They have recently fallen under the influence of a possibly sexually perverted female vagrant and a narcotics peddler. It's shameful.
How do you mean?
Find out for yourself. Endomorphic blob.
Interesting.
Lieutenant takes a note. What are those tattoos supposed to mean?
Racists are generally not very good examples of their race.
He gestures towards a lorry man down the street.
Welcome to Revachol. You hear him yell at a redhead woman visiting the fritter nearby. You must think redheads are immigrants.
I am not like them. I am craniometric perfection. I have taken the trouble to permanently draw a phrenologic grid on my skull and features. This should dispel any doubt.
The drawings are precise and look true to their pseudo-scientific ambitions. One thing, however, it is not entirely free of throwbacks in the phylogenetic tree. His large jaw, for example, could be a trait indicative of criminalism. Also, his earlobes could be small.
Are you sure? I mean, the jaw is clearly an atavistic stigmata. Your earlobes are too big. You sure I'm not cranimetrically superior to you? You're right. That's craniometric perfection. One race does not stand a chance. Are you sure? I mean, the jaw is clearly an antivistic stigmata.
That atavistic stigmata makes pussy say yes, plenty.
Babe, thanks. But I got this.
Doesn't seem anything else. Right. Can't do anything here. I'm guessing he's not allowing me to move.
Your race descent has only worsened.
Right, okay, now what do we do next? I'm going to speak to Kim, see if anything to say. Nothing to say. I'll go speak to the boss here. How'd you get there? Oh, that's where I came from.
This is the night watchman's booth. The name on the door.
Yep, so I'm going to head over and speak to the head of... I want to speak to her. The head of Wild Points. Controls.
Rusted controls.
The container I'll check out.
You're back before the cargo container. Its draw has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly.
Been in bed for 2 days, says something. Rhetoric. Can I up my rhetoric? Nope. Let's come back to that later. Let's just check out guns again quickly.
mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. No trouble at all, mister.
Nothing new there. Alright, hopefully I don't die. I've got some magnesium, so should be able to handle any kind of heat from this dude.
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to sit down this time, since you've already sat on that chair.
I'm reconsidering opening that door you asked me to open. Perhaps it will be help me somehow. Are you going to ask me how I'm going? You call me just Mr. Dubois. Why? That's all about my lost gun. I don't need to do that.
Harry, honestly, I'm just relieved you didn't get a hernia. A man your age.
A man my age? What are you implying? Down the peak of my abilities? I'm too surprised by the resilience and athleticism of this tool I've been provided with. Tap your chest. My body is going to break down any moment now. Probably pushed it to the limit. I'm too unsurprised.
You did look like you were gonna collapse and die when I told you about your lost gun. Anyway, I assure you, I am a very well-informed man. Information reaches me before I even get the chance to request it.
Why do you call me Dubois?
Of course. Let us dispatch with the formalities. You call me Everard, I call you Harry.
That's what the hanged corpse called you. Harry.
Yep, everyone's called me Harry. So that's really my name.
My God, so it's true. I didn't want to believe it, but you are a fantastic science fiction amnesiac cop, aren't you? What are the odds of that?
I think the odds of that are very low.
It might be a good idea to hide your confusion. I mean, see what his game is first.
My memory's fine. I'm just testing you.
So good to hear that, Harry. Apparently my sources were wrong. However, if you did have a spot of memory trouble, I could help you out with my big fat folder.
Words flow like a river of honey from his lips. I guess word has already reached him. No matter. No harm done. It's just a brown folder. You can't make out what's written on it.
Are you trying to tell me you've gotten hold of some of our documents?
Lieutenant inspects Everett over his spectacles.
Mr. Kitsuragi, would you mind? Me and Harry are talking about his lost identity right now.
Don't just jump to the folder. That's not smart. Shows you're on the edge. Do some probing first.
Let's get it straight. What is my full name? Do you know anything about my family? Do I have a wife or kid? Or what kind of cop does it say I am? I mean, it's quite high already. Where'd you get that folder? Where'd you get that folder?
Ah, this? My friends in your organization gave it to me, Harry.
This translates into, haha, you guys are so corrupt.
I find that very suspicious. May I have a look?
I'm afraid this is meant for Union eyes only, Mr. Kitsuragi. I'm sure you understand. Please continue, Harry.
What kind of cop does it say I am?
Well, Harry, if I were to sum you up in one word, it would be apologetic.
Yeah, I was saying that earlier. The narrator said I should be typecast as apologetic. No, told me to fuck off. I'm sorry. Well, I'm not apologetic, I'm confident.
Well, you sure come off as very confident in all our interactions, Harry. You're a real man's man.
He's probably just making a guess based on your recent activity in Martinez.
How's it? How high? 83. Do you know anything about my family? Yeah, that'd be a good one.
Family? Harry, you're not a family man. There's not one peep of family in here. Unless you think you're a family man. Do you strike yourself as a family man, Harry?
I think I do. A wonderful father. Never mind the family. You're right, I don't.
That's why I like you, Harry. A good man knows both his strengths and his weaknesses, and you, my friend, you are one of the all-time greats.
Alright, let's get it straight. Where's my full name?
It's Harry. Harry Dubois.
Is it actually Harry Dubois?
You don't feel like either one of these things. You know what your name is. You have a sophisticated name, like that of a count, or a beautiful man.
That's not my name. My name is Raphael. I can never pronounce that word properly. Okay, I like it. I can go with that. Yeah, now I'm gonna go Raphael. Costo, maybe.
Fine, Harry. You can even be Harry Raphael Dubois de Costo, or whatever you choose to be.
The lieutenant covers his face and sighs audibly.
Mr. Kitsuragi doesn't seem even slightly empathetic to your memory loss, Harry. I, however, wish to help you any way I can.
Right, well, I don't think the percentage is going to get any higher. Let's, I lost an 83 earlier. Let's see if that's going to happen again.
As you look at the folder, Everard covers it with his hand and pets it. He's hiding it from you because it's not a real RCM folder. It's just another one of those brown folders you saw in the file cabinet.
That's not an RCM folder.
Okay, Harry, you got me. This is from the Census Bureau, not the RCM. Those Census Bureau people are absolutely corrupt. You should do something about them.
He got the name from the Census Bureau, and everything else from your actions here in Martinez.
Yes, Mr. Kitsuragi from the Census Bureau. Like I said, now I'm actually a very busy man, so is there anything else I can do for you, Harry?
That means he doesn't really know anything about you. A pity. The mystery of you will have to remain a mystery for the time being.
So the Census Bureau says my name is Harry Dubois.
Yes, that's what I said. Try to keep up, okay? Let's move on.
I'm reconsidering opening that door you asked me to open. Perhaps it will help somehow. Let's talk about my lost gun.
Yes, your lost gun. My best men are on it. They're turning every stone, searching every playground, asking kids, grandmas, everyone. Your gun will be found, Harry. Let me assure you of that. It's just a matter of time and effort.
The only way to find it seems to be working with him. He might even be holding your gun hostage.
Hold on, can you really hold my gun hostage? Wait, the gun may have been bought from Roy's pawn shop. Have you men affected that? I will not be blackmailed with this gun business. I don't care about my gun, keep it. Does it mean if I do things for you, I'll get my gun back? I don't care my gun, keep it.
I don't care about my gun. I love it, Harry. Wish I could be like that, but I can't. I have a responsibility to this community. I can't have a loaded gun out in the streets.
The officer is exaggerating. Of course we care about the missing firearm, and we are actively looking for it as well.
Excellent, Mr. Kitsuragi. That's excellent news. Looks like we have a friendly gun-finding competition on our hands.
So we'll finish up. She should be around here somewhere, so I've got to speak to her. I had an opportunity to speak to her, maybe. I just ended the task from us, alright, let's leave.
See you soon, Debarder. Just kidding, but not too much.
What an asshole. Alright, go find a woman. Representative. I still got all day. I've got plenty of time. Find a representative of the literacy company who owns the harbour and ask her about the murder. She should be around here somewhere. There's probably maybe a path I have not seen. So just keep it around. That was the woman. I spoke to her earlier. She's with the muscle now. I wonder how to get there.
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
Right to work!
Alright, there's a whole bunch of stuff here to do. I'll do this. Ain't shit, ain't nothing to do. T-shirt ain't nothing to me. T-shirt ain't nothing to me.
Have you no shame? Whining about your back every time you bring out the measuring tape.
René, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please, let's just try to enjoy the game, alright?
The other one is eating a big sandwich.
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration. You're old. I can see that. We're both old. Now stop grabbing your ass like it's a girl.
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. Grab a ball and play it. Don't ask questions. Shoot first. Ask questions never.
Alright, I got this. Ball time.
That's the spirit. Don't even waste your breath asking about the game. They wouldn't know anyway. They're way past their prime.
Yeah.
You are immediately surprised by the ball's lack of weight. No matter. You'll make it work.
Okay, feel the ball. Taking the surroundings. Yeah, taking the surroundings.
A chilly breeze ruffles your hair as you stand there, feet firmly planted. All sounds, smells, even the wind, everything fades until the only thing left is the union of man and ball.
Feel the ball.
The cold metal ball is surprisingly smooth against your neck. It has a pattern on it, probably a sponsored ball. Yours would only be covered with bumps of learning and scars of victory. Already your muscles are adjusting to the weight. the nervous system calibrating, until you and the ball have merged into a single entity. The man ball is ready.
There's time for a last glance inward. Who am I?
An embodiment of pure motion, a fine-tuned locomotor running at maximum efficiency. Behold the fear and confusion reflecting in the eyes of the two feeble geezers. They are in awe of your superiority. You are a god to them.
The inertia can be contained no more than a bullet leaving the gun. Let go. Be the bullet.
Merde! Bordel de merde!
Is that good or bad?
A whorehouse of shit.
Bad.
It wasn't whorehouse of shit. The shot was at least 23 meters, probably 24, and then some. Nothing to be embarrassed about.
What the hell is your problem?
No, weak right tricep. That's the short problem. Don't understand. I'm a god of track and field. Why do I have a problem with anything? Why would I have a problem with anything? Maybe I should have asked her about how the game was played. No weak right tricep. That's for sure. Yeah, fuck it, I'm lastly ninja. I'm got a track and field.
I don't care if you are a cop. You do not just ruin someone's game. It's so goddamn disrespectful.
I'm sensing anger on the dance and right. Don't be a sore loser. I'm sorry.
You vandalized our game, son. We can't play petanque with 5 bull.
Sorry, annoyance mistake. Are we good? Petanque? Or petunk? Oh, petunk, I understand. I thought it was shot put. Yeah, I do.
Well, it damn well isn't. It's petanque. You ruined a petanque game. We want our bull back.
Take it easy, René. This is just a misunderstanding, isn't it, officer? No harm done.
Of course there's harm done, you orange slug. You owe us a goddamn bull.
I don't have a ball. But would this do? Hold out your shot put ball. Yep, I'll do that.
Will this... No, it will goddamn not.
Thank you, officer. This is really something. Honestly, I think it's better than our old bull, even.
Mon Dieu. All right, fine. What do you want, officer?
Yes, why did you come here? It's unlikely they know anything about the murder. You never know. He might know something. This is a good vantage point.
Renee, I found your guard booth. Do you know anything about the man hanged in the back at the Royal Inn Rex? You seem to be playing in a crater. I saw the statue of Philippe III near the roundabout. Renee, I found your guard booth.
Yes. The Debardeurs Union pays me to stand vigil during the night. Not out of any political allegiance, mind you. I'm an old man. Don't sleep more than a few hours every night anyway, and money is tight.
You must have seen something on the night of the murder. Your booth looks right into the yard.
Yes, it does. Unfortunately, I wasn't working that night. Been on a 2-week leave since last Monday.
Hold on, why you were on leave?
It's a private matter. Nothing to do with your investigation.
You see, officer, René is the kind of man would rather die than admit he needs medical assistance or, God forbid, sick it. A real man's man is just gonna ride it out.
I'm fine, goddammit. Mind your own business. It's nothing. Just got to cut back on coffee.
So who's working the shift that night?
No one. The bus has been unmanned since last Monday. There's no other guard. It's just me.
No one has been guarding the container yard since last Monday.
Yes. It's It's not actually an issue. I mean...
Look, officer. The container yard doesn't actually need a guardsman. Never had one before René. Monsieur Claire had that booth built specially for him. It's mostly decorative.
Mostly decorative, so it doesn't matter if you're there or not. So it doesn't matter if you're there or not.
The possibility of someone being in there is enough to discourage any ill-minded individuals.
He tries to argue.
Evrard created this job for René because he knows the Royal Carabiniers' pension of honor and PTSD isn't something a man can live off. A decorated Kingsman collecting tear reflects bad on the whole neighborhood. His words.
Everett gets it. Big guys looking after small, and everyone working together. I love it. Such dependency only weakens a man further. Do or die. There's no middle ground. René is but one man. We need a program. Gild the elderly back into the job market. Keeps folks motivated. René should rent out his services, invest the profit, get a few more guys, expand it and repeat. Wage work is a dead end. René is but one man. We need a program. I'll do that.
Look, officer, can we conclude the topic of my guard booth now?
I saw a picture in there. Were you in it? Who's the girl?
She is nobody. This is none of your concern, and I refuse to discuss my private affairs with the RCM.
The lady is Jeanne-Marie Beaulieu, and she sure as hell wasn't a nobody.
She?
The lady is Jeanne-Marie Beaulieu, and she sure as hell wasn't a nobody.
Yes, it does. Unfortunately, I wasn't working that night. Been on a 2-week... No one.
No one?
Yes.
Look, officer. The container yard doesn't have...
The possibility of someone being in there is enough to discourage...
Evrard created this job for René because he knows the Royal Carabiniers' pension of honor and PTSD.
Look, officer. Yes. Like I said, I would be up anyway, so might as well keep an eye out. It keeps my senses sharp.
Do you know anything about a man hanged in the backyard of the Rolling Ranks?
Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about assisting law enforcement. But this affair has passed me by completely. In Martinez, the Union is the law. So can you really blame them?
But you don't have a problem with cops?
Cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary, I admire the effort to bring order to our streets.
He doesn't know about the crime. Your time is better spent discussing politics.
What about the police woman?
I'm confident they are indispensable in regard to all the paperwork and other administrative duties.
Not to mention keeping the station tidy and men fed and happy. There are no duty RCM women couldn't carry out. I try to avoid voicing opinions on controversial matters, just let's drop it. There are no duties RCM women couldn't carry about.
But you must agree that nature, in her infinite wisdom, has made men more fit to perform certain, more challenging tasks. Don't you, officer?
No, I don't think there's anything evolutionary inequality at play here.
Really, officer? Match an average woman against an average man in a dark alley and see who comes out on top.
I mean, that's what guns are for. So, that levels the playing field.
Gender equality is a very noble, very modern idea. But in real life, primal roles prevail. But I do not wish to discuss this matter further.
You seem to be playing the crater.
Yes. The terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar game.
Does it have anything to do with all the bullet holes I've seen around it?
Yes. It was left by heavy artillery fire.
Okay, it's a crater left by artillery fire, but why?
Why what?
Why was the heavy artillery used?
Because that's what happens when communards hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You use heavy ordnance to clean up your home.
Wait, who are the communards again? Did you use artillery fire against them? Maybe we can do this history lesson later. Who are the communards?
Commies, communists, socialists, anarchists, call them what you like. They just chose the name to feel special. Senseless sentimentality.
Did you use artillery fire against them?
Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly. Too valiantly. So valiantly we got licked. Should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. We didn't though, and we lacked caliber. God bless him, but the suzerain's cannons simply weren't big enough.
It was probably a bit more complicated than that.
Why show them here, Martinez? They should have chosen a place away from people and buildings. Why show them here in Martinez?
Because this place is a damn beachhead. Had to soften the commies up first.
The beachhead?
Yes. The military coordinated amphibious landing to take back Revachol. Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are off in Stella Maris and the Delta.
Deathblow sounds grim. Nod thoughtfully and turn back to the northeast. Shake your head and look down at the crater.
This here is Blood Ground, where Coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs out. Most likely, we're playing pétanque on their mangled corpses.
Blood ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't hungry enough already.
Hold on, the Coalition? Is that why everything's so bombed out? That explains all the war damage. Hold on, the Coalition?
Don't get me wrong, officer. I hate those foreign dogs, but the enemy of my enemy and all that. They're the lesser evil.
Is that why everything is bombed out? Oh, that explains all the war damage. Actually, I already know all this. I just wanted to know if you did too. That explains all the war damage.
Damn right, son. They laid the fire of hell on the city before they stormed it. And it worked, too. The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument. And now the Union Socialists are practically running the place.
Well, it's your own damn fault. You, we, the Coalition, Revachol, whoever you want to blame, never finished the job. Officially, the party never surrendered. Of course they still hold influence.
You don't even begin to truly understand the players at the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding the... What do you think?
Thinking men have opinions on these things. Present one.
That's how it should be. Soft socialists paving the way for the hard working class to take over. Foreign powers cleaned up our mess, and now they rule us. The Coalition seems quite capable, actually. Commies just don't understand how money works. Nothing. I don't think, so I just do. Oof, that's a hard one. I wish I understand more of how it played out. I'm trying to remember all the different kind of factions and who did what to who. I feel like I'd be able to answer this better if I had a better understanding. Should have been paying more attention, really. We're not doing 2. That's how it should be. Soft socialists paving the way for the hard working class to take over. I don't know. Hmm. Yeah, okay, I'll do the top one.
Preposterous! Surely you don't mean it. I'm just sorry it had to be them. After 8 years of fighting those commie hyenas, boiling cats for food and drinking my piss in the mountains, I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned to Revachol, or even if that damn clan Frisel had risen from the grave and led us. Sadly, that was not the case. Instead, all that is just, holy, and beautiful in the world was wiped away, and now it's neon signs with toothpaste ads everywhere. Foreign influence peddling garbage and stupid music on the radio.
Besides,
This is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the role of the suzerain with.
how did Philip III factor into this? Point towards the monument.
It doesn't. That was 100 years ago. Ain't got nothing to do with anything.
Who was this Frisel?
Damn Frisel. He was the king we couldn't protect. The Carabineers failed him, and the crown. He died in the hands of the Hyperlay, in a very public execution.
He slouches as he says that. It makes him smaller, admitting they left the king to the mob.
You mentioned Guillemot?
A true king in both blood and mind led Revachol before Frisel. He would have been better, but the damn commies drove him into exile.
Some manner of self-deceit is present in his thinking. Sounds like this Guillaume abandoned him, and he doesn't want to admit it.
What exactly is a suzerain? Conclude.
The suzerain is the king! Has everyone forgotten already? They've forgotten already. It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the filth and rode the cavalry straight into gunfire.
Is there anything you could tell me about the rifle? Pulled out the antique file. Oh, that's interesting. Sort of statue of Philip III. I got -1 because I threw the bowl into the sea. +1 because I know his job situation. Anything about the rifle?
It's a Bell McGrave. 4.46 caliber. Breech loading. Revachol made. Good weapon. Accurate and reliable.
His moves are quick and precise as he first checks the weapon, then aims it at the sea. This man knows firearms intimately.
This one's inoperable. The bolt spring is missing and the mechanism is jammed shut. Still a beauty. Where did you find her?
Basement there, probably the bookshop. Sorry, I can't divulge that information. What do you mean, fine? This is my rifle. I always had it with me. In the basement. No, I didn't.
I'm not surprised. There are probably lots of forgotten wartime weapons lying around here. Back in the day, everyone had something stashed away. As for the rifle, I don't know what else to tell you. These BM-446s are an antique. No one uses them anymore. The ammunition is impossible to find.
I saw a statue of Philippe III near the roundabout.
Ah, yes! King Philip III on his steed. A reminder of what Revachol once was.
Oh, absolutely. At the mercy of a cocaine-snorting tyrant who emptied the treasury so he could sleep on a bed of gold.
A superpower, feared and respected. A testament to what this country can be under the leadership of a true king. Someone who knows how to rule.
How should a true king rule? Was that about cocaine? Yeah, let's do about cocaine.
Oh, old Philip was a big fan of the purple nose candy the nobility loved so much. A cocaine connoisseur of sorts. His egocentricity is borderline legendary.
You can't even take the responsibility for yourself. How could you fathom the responsibility weighing on the shoulders of a ruler?
He also obviously annoyed.
That's why the Philippian kings use cocaine. For clarity of vision. To aid in their work. Regnum cocainum. Revachol's finest years.
He seems to grow taller, brimming with pride about the boss.
Of course. Clarity of vision. Awareness.
Philippe III was even brought into this world with the help of cocaine. The court made him administer the dose to his mother when she was in labor, and it is well known that with the help of cocaine, only the purest, of course, he was able to connect with higher realms.
He's just making excuses for the king's habits, isn't he?
Yeah, sounds like it, yeah. Social responsibilities require a boost every now and then. I sometimes need one too. Seems like irresponsible behaviour for a monarch. Drug users shouldn't even operate heavy machinery, much less rule countries. Yeah, I did that.
From what I've seen of the officers of the RCM... but I don't want to get into a debate about drug policies.
How should a true king rule?
Decisively, without fear of offending the sensibilities of the frail and weak-minded among his subjects. This is something the insurgents never understood.
Seems to be a leader should take care of his people before himself. Powerful leaders not afraid to do what must be done. That's what the country needs. Now, top one. A leader needs to care about his people before himself.
A nation is only as strong as its leader. That's why it was such madness to try to...
Don't get started on that again. What happened, happened.
There's some weariness in his voice now. You heard this round many times before.
The carabiner doesn't reply, but his entire being communicates unbreakable resolve.
Let's talk about something else.
Right.
Alright, thank you for your time.
Hey, psst.
Yeah? Who, me?
Yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building communism again.
Again? Again?
Yes, you're ready to start building communism again. You've built it before. They've built it before. Hasn't really worked out yet. But neither has love. Should we just stop building love, too?
Love has worked out really well for me. I'm a love winner. Yeah, okay.
Good. We need tender men like you building gargantuan communism. Word on the street is it's going to be 10,000 times larger than any communism previously attempted by human beings. Is that right?
How come said word on the street?
You keep saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the landowners, impale all people who have more than 25 real in their pocket, literally murder all human beings regardless of their political beliefs. That kind of stuff.
Oh right, that sounds like me. I haven't said anything like that. I said some mildly left-wing things, but none of those, yeah. Good.
Oh yes, the mask of ambivalence. Don't deny it. You're about to rip it off and reveal the monstrous seven-eyed lamb of global communism that would devour and masticate mankind.
Yeah, I was thinking this before this episode began. Like, they're definitely trying to push you. There's a lot of, like, questions about, like, what kind of government system is best, like communism, or like monarch, or dictatorship, or anarchy, and they're really trying to like push me in a direction there. I won't go as far as communism, so I won't deny it.
Everyone can see that. So tell me, do you have any questions before we fire up the big communism builder? Or do we get right down to it?
Wait, first, what is this communism about? Roll up your sleeves and start building communism? It's too tiring, I don't have it in me, I'll beat down and broken. Opt out. I don't want to say it like that though. Wait, first, what is this communism even about?
Failure. It's about failure.
I don't do failure.
Of course you do. You are failure. You are communism. Absolutely vanquished, beaten, curb stomped, shat on. While everyone else is out partying, having a callous laugh, you will reverse the fortune of the workers of the world. You alone, against every living thing, against every human alive. 800 trillion real in the hands of an impossibly well-organized ruling class. Towering city blocks of bankmen who have the ears of prime ministers. Million-headed armies of nations and the love of your own mother. You against the atom, the charm and the spin, where the whole world failed. Matter failed to bend to human will. Human will failed to get out of bed and tie its laces. You alone, single-handedly, will rebuild the dreams of the working class. You are the last communist. Now get to work, comrade.
It's too darn, I don't have it in me. I'm beat down, broken. I'll opt out.
Very well. I guess no one will build communism then. Tell the working man it's over, unless anyone has objections. No objections. It's mathematically impossible to achieve a classless society. Everyone knows this.
Yeah, thank you, logic.
Let not failure ensnare you any further, beautiful pixie girl. Be an acrobat, a prancing fairy queen.
Oh, that's random.
Anyone? Anyone else? There's no one? There's no one. Okay then, lie down and let the water carry you downstream.
Goodbye, communism. So there's two things I want to do this. One of them is to open the bridge. Oh, what's that?
All around you, rain falls on the great city of Revachol. Rain drips from the eaves and floods the gutters, washing the filth away. The spring thaw must be here. The snow is melting.
What am I doing?
Looking up at the sky, cold water dripping from your hat.
What do I see?
Grey sky like great battleships, clouds colliding with one another. Rain falls down on the world.
How does it feel?
Humid. Your coat shields you from the rain while the city shivers around you.
Was it in the west, east, north, south? What's in the north?
Capeside apartments. Tower blocks crowd one another. 4.46mm bullets still lodged in their war-torn stone walls. Hallways collapse from the mortar hits of a war that was lost long ago. Clotheslines go to waste in the rain. Radios play. The news at noon.
And closer to here?
A yard. Rain falls onto the roof of a woodshed. The lingering odor of decomposition mixes with that of damp soil.
What's in the west?
Sheets of rain over the water. A flight of stairs leading into the ocean. Wave after wave washing the coast of Martinaise, with its motorboats and gently swaying reeds. The ruins of a half-sunken sea fort crumble on an inlet beyond the Bay of Revachol. Ghosts rise into the sky.
Who are the ghosts? Was down the shore. Run your fingers through your dampened hair. Yeah, I'll do the fingers.
Your hair is an oily mess flecked with ash from neighboring coal plants. Smokestacks rise somewhere in the distance.
What's in the east?
The great gates of the industrial harbor are locked. A chill runs down your back. You shudder like an animal trying to shake water from its hide.
Clench your teeth and stop shuddering. Shake your shoulders again. I'll do that.
You shudder, looking down at your feet. Dirty rainwater runs veins into the plaza's snow. Two green snakeskin shoes stand at attention on the mosaic paving of the plaza.
What's in the south?
A traffic jam. Rain thrumming on the roofs of motor vehicles. Inside, drivers watch water streaming down their windshields. The statue of a king shudders. He too is cold. The canal bridge has been raised.
What's on the other side?
The road ascends. A raised motorway loops above the ghetto. Beneath its concrete columns, a sea of rooftops, woodwork, and tar stretches northward. 4-story buildings as far as the rain can fall. The snows melt in Jamrock.
Where the hood? Where the hood? Where the hood at? Why am I not there? And shudder, look further. Why am I not there?
To be in Martinaise, where no one goes, at the runoff point of a long-forgotten canal, in the whitest part of town, in the shadow of the day the revolution fell.
What am I doing here?
Standing in the rain, looking north, where Jamrock Rock City stretches inland.
Where's the hood? Where's the hood at?
Have a brother in the cut.
Did
Where the hood at?
What the fuck was that? Shudder, look further.
In the rain-swept distance, above the rooftops of Jamrock, a repurposed silk mill stands perched above the motorway exit. Precinct 41 hunches in the rain. Your vision blurs. You wipe your face with your hand. The rain stings your eyes, making you look up and blink.
What's above?
Coalition aerostatics hang like apparitions under the cloud cover. Way up there, where rain forms, rotors flutter silently. Your sight clears.
What's below?
Collapsed storm drains, old sewage systems flooded with rainwater. Hidden weapon caches from the revolution. Doors leading down to Le Royaume. The catacombs to which, for 3 centuries, they delivered the blue-blooded dead.
Motherfucker. Finish full.
This rain will not let up anytime soon. At least we are dressed for it. Let's keep moving.
Interesting thought. Enormous balls worthy of a real man. Who's that person? Book is titled Man from Hegemon and Wildfires. Alright, I'll leave it be for now. I need to find this woman in question. Right. Find a representative of the logistic company who owns the harbour. I'm gonna like beeline to finding her. I don't even know where to begin to find her. That could be her. Continue going.
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, whirling in rags.
Why am I looking at trash container? It's just a trash container.
Well, it is a container. Maybe you're prioritizing it.
How do I get the lock open?
We could try using a pry bar. The one you took from my motor carriage, or...
No. Or pry bar.
We might want to ask for a key from the manager of the Whirling in Rags. He probably has one. And he also has information.
Let's do the pry bar.
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, whirling in rags. Well, it is a container. Maybe you're prioritizing it.
Not high enough. Alright, let's go speak to the owner. I think that was the woman I saw at the beginning of on the first day. She's in her apartment. Okay. She's up top. Let me speak to this woman first quickly.
I've got nothing to say to you.
Open a trash container. There's a locked trash container behind the whirling in ranks. The manager cart should have a key. Alternatively, you could use brute force to pry the lid open. Just need a pry lock, which I do have. Let's get him on the go.
Can I help you?
The trash container at the back of yours?
Mine? No, it belongs to the Whirling in Rags.
Thank you for clearing that up. Why do you keep the container locked?
Why? To keep the hobos and drunks out. That's why. And the neighbors too. They put their trash there and they don't pay for the garbage company.
I thought as much. And are you the only party with access to the trash container?
Well, yes. Us and the garbage disposal company.
It seems a little callous, doesn't it? Something stirs in you.
I wonder what this feeling is. Yeah, go on.
Prod at him and find out.
Don't seem callous to you, Gordon, even your leftovers from the poor? We need those keys.
What do you need them for?
It concerns the case. Please cooperate.
Just bring them back once you're done, please.
I think they were trying to coax me into doing a communist option again. Like feeding the homeless and stuff.
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid
padlock
is a padlock with a well-oiled crack. The lock pops open. It should now be possible to simply raise the lid. Don't. Maybe you shouldn't.
What's this?
Just the feeling. A warning from some part of you.
Nah. I'll open it.
The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
We're just in time. This hasn't been emptied for over a week.
Look on the boxes of carton.
You see milk and egg rest with one broken egg in it. Some pasta wrapper. Picking up the soggy packages somehow feels familiar. You've done this before. The movements are recorded in your elbows. The methodology in your fingers. You're used to this.
Used to what? Dumpster diving? Dive further.
A box falls into pieces in your hands. Batiste Soleil cereal. There are plastic pasta packages below. And turbo noodles. Nothing of note, however.
Pick up the rags.
Among the threadbare kitchen towels, something catches your eye. A pair of denim trousers. As the legs of the slime-covered jeans begin to unspool from the garbage, a rank corpse smell fills the air.
Is this the guy's trousers?
The victim's clothes? Cadaverine odor is faint. If these belong to the deceased, they were removed when he was still in the early stages of decay. Drop them in here, officer.
The lieutenant produces a black plastic bag marked with evidence from his pocket. Bag of trousers.
Guitar marked blue jeans. Pockets empty. Or empty. He wore them with a belt, too. A white belt. The loops appear stretched, but...
He looks into the container.
The belt is missing. That's it. Do you see anything else in there? I have another bag here.
Something slimy catches your eye.
Reach for it.
A drab, long-sleeved shirt, olive-colored, appears from the food waste, dripping with pus.
Bag the shirt. I so thought I was going to be wearing it. They were going to make me wear it.
This is a military-type overgarment. No label or serial number. This is the kind of rib-knit shirt that's worn over light armor to conceal it in an urban scenario. Anything more?
The rest of the rags are just kitchen variety waste. A yellow old mug that catches your eye. But other than that...
A phone out towel. A mug. That's all.
Alright. We should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash. It could be as simple as someone from the hostel cleaning the yard. Or that one. I'd advise against confronting that force.
He nods towards the red-haired boy. Yeah, we need to ask the kid who put them there. You think someone from the Whirling might have been involved, maybe?
Not really. All we know is the victim's clothes are in the trash. The lid was locked, and his establishment had the key. It's just a small loose thread.
Yeah, we need to ask the kid who blew them.
The fuck's he on about? Kids? You hear that, Kuno? He thinks you're an infant or something.
See?
Fair enough, mate.
The lieutenant nods, then looks back into the trash container.
Search the food waste.
It's just organic waste, cold and slimy on your hands. Apple and potato peels, mostly. Unidentified sludge, and the occasional chicken bone thrown in for good measure. What's this?
But hey, what? Elbows out, there's nothing more here. Okay, let's do what?
A blue piece of plastic sticks out from the apple peels. It's shiny. Looks like the corner of something.
Badge? Is it my badge?
Something larger. A clipboard. A blue plastic clipboard with moist papers hanging from it. They look badly damaged, but you can still make out forms and notes, written in a man's handwriting.
Officer, is that your paperwork?
I don't know what this is. No, it can't be. I don't know what this is.
It is. Look.
Hey.
The plastic has the RCM street grid on it. You've even got an autopsy form in there.
A miserable looking slip of paper sticks to the board.
If you don't mind my asking, how could you have let your paperwork end up in the trash?
It must have been cramping my style. It has a foreboding quality to it. Maybe I needed to lose it for the great bloodletting to begin. I think I didn't want to be a cop anymore. That's why I tried to flush my cop life down the toilet. I'd rather not talk about it right now. I'll do 3. I think I didn't want to be a cop anymore.
Well, lucky we found it. You should take stock of what remains, just to be sure some has not made it into the hands of the RCM's adversaries. Organized crime and the like. There might have been police secrets in your notes.
Okay, I'll do that. I don't know, man. Sounds like an order. Yeah, okay, I'll do that.
It would also not hurt to start taking notes on the case. Now, tell me what your eagle eyes see. Or are we finished?
Some items, such as the ledger you found, are interactable. Go to your inventory and select the Interact tab to read your paperwork.
Interesting. Could have easily missed that. The mug. I'm getting that mug.
You pick out a broken mug with an oddly racist depiction of the yellow man frolicking in saffron.
Antique.
Only in its social sensibility.
Take the mug.
Mm-hmm.
The lieutenant briefly glanced at the mug, then returned his sight to the trash. Close the lid.
The container sounds a muffled gong.
That's one thing off the list. I think we got it all.
The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
I don't think there's going to be anything here. Yeah, close it.
The container sounds a muffled gong.
Leave. Read the ledger and name the case. Who put the clothes in the trash? Ask Kuno if there's anything in the victim's clothes in the trash. Ask God if he knows anything. Save game first. Is that 2 new ones? Damaged ledger, yeah. The ledger you found is in the trash. It's full of notes written in a man's dense cursive. Have a close look, maybe it can be salvaged to start keeping notes on the case.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A pitiful cabbage of white and yellow papers hanging from plastic board, barely held together by a metal clip. This sad display is made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner.
Anything else?
There's a piece of toilet paper, or is it cleaning tissue? No, it's toilet paper, desperately sticking to the back of the blue plastic clipboard. It's a metaphor for you.
Inspect the toilet paper, inspect the clip, browse the white paper, browse the yellow paper, look at the clipboard, smell the ledger. Browse the white paper.
They're not exactly white. They're yellowed in patches by sunlight and alcohol, and covered in dense blue handwriting. Ink escapes into watercolor patterns, reaching its tendrils across entire pages. The paper itself is checkered, with faint red lines, forming short paragraphs. Once in a while, there's a red stamp that exclaims, "Case files commit to paper." The case files themselves are plenty. You count more than 100 sodden, crumpled up, earmarked pages falling apart in your hands. They appear to be sufficiently organized and extremely dense, if mostly illegible.
What is in there? What are they about?
Work, strife, poverty, the Jamrock Quarter. These are handwritten logs of investigations dating back to January 51, this year. The exact number is hard to estimate, due to missing pages and an odd naming convention. But there are at least 20, maybe 30 cases, undertaken, not completed, mind you. It's the middle of March. You have attempted 2 cases a week on average. What do you mean? Is that all?
That's it. Is 2 cases a week a good caseload, Lieutenant? There's mention of a naming convention here. Counter pages. I have to open an official case. Is there room? I've done inspecting these. Is 2 cases a week? Is that good?
Huh? 2 complex cases to undertake is a lot, yes. You really have to push yourself. I would not suggest it, lest you start making mistakes.
2 cases a week appears to have been my load, Lieutenant. I'm not sure I completed them though. Yeah.
2? That's a lot. I didn't mean to say you are making mistakes, by the way. That was presumptuous of me.
I'm sure I made plenty of mistakes. I burn out alright. I burn out alright. Nice brisk pace, the way I like it. I'm sure I made plenty of mistakes.
It's okay. We all make mistakes.
Like a fan of gills, the checkered papers dry in your hand. The handwriting is extremely dense, if mostly illegible.
That's it.
The notebook is annual. It says 51 on what remains of its cover. A molten strap of cardboard. Everything prior to this must have belonged to a previous volume. In short, there was more.
There was mention of a naming convention here.
Yes, it appears you employ a, shall we say, robust yet literary system. Each investigation has its case number written on the margins. Yet, still more tellingly, most are accompanied by a name. A title, one might say even. One that draws inspiration from snoop fiction and vespertine cop show staples.
Oh my, and they're written in capital letters too. Yeah, let's do it.
Yes, all caps. One is called The Next World Mural. Another, The Square Bullet Hole Murders. Another yet, The Unsolvable Case. Others appear more light-hearted. The guys on a couch in an unexpected location, and the murder at the Ukar parlor. Even the rare article-free collapsing tenement. Murder features prominently throughout. It's going to take an effort to piece these case files together, but it can be done. Once you're done inspecting them up close.
Kimo, cases appear to employ some kind of naming convention.
You mean the alphanumeric? Officer, precinct, time of arrival at the scene?
No, I mean a non-numeric one with titles.
Oh, you mean the titular? Yes, well, so do I. In our defense, almost everyone in the RCM does.
Why is that?
It's a holdover from the early days of the RCM, right after the revolution, when the organization had little idea how to do things. It persists in an unofficial capacity. Officers use these titles to refer to their work among themselves.
I seem to have named a case the Square Bullet Hole Murder.
Again, in your defense, I seem to have named one the man with the hole in his head. That was a real person. His death was real. Still, I named it that, to amuse myself. I pray his loved ones never find out.
Ramjam.
Rail spiked through the head. He died. It was a workplace accident.
Rail spike through the head. Count the pages. I have to open an official case. Is there room?
There is, for precisely one more. 15 pages near the end remain untouched by the damage. The checkered grid forms a structure of passages, breaking the case into subtasks to accomplish. Once all the tasks are accomplished, the case is complete.
Commit the paper.
The tasks you've completed flow out of the kind green ape pen in a brash freehand similar to the rest of the letters. The wording comes easily. It's almost robotically simple, a language developed for mental rigor and simplicity. Inspect the victim's body. Get the body down. Interview the cafeteria manager. It's not exactly poetry, but poetry would be out of place.
Of course, they're the ones you already finished. That's all of them.
A satisfying slash sounds across the paper. You're done, it seems to say. And you, and you. You're a swashbuckler with that pen, Harry, and it feels good. Feels like completion.
Quality. Got a heal on my morale, which is cool.
Things to be done and things already done. The composition of reality. This is an extremely useful tool for a detective of the Citizens Militia. Now all that remains is to name the case.
Lieutenant, have you by any chance named our case?
No, actually. Any ideas?
The hangman, the furries, or our home in the mirror? The furies, or our home in the mirror. Not nearly as interesting. The setting sun. Shit on a stick. That's what a kid says. The setting sun. Yeah, sounds a little bit poetic. Yeah, I'll go with that.
Okay. It's a good name, but it has one problem. This case has nothing to do with the setting sun. At all. It has nothing to do with that, so...
Well, when a person dies, the sun sets. It's a metaphor.
Something more concrete, perhaps? Do you have something concrete? Mundane, usual?
The furies are my home in the mirror. Let's do the hangman then. Fine, let's be boring.
Great. That's great. That's actually what I was thinking too. The Hanged Man. Good, strong name. We have a very good name for the case now. I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's good we sorted this out.
And don't expect these closed cases.
You don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers. They're a little further from your nose now.
Expected toilet paper. No, too high. +1 Kim explain the system. +1 finish autopsy. Yeah. I'll do that a bit. I'll do the others.
It's just toilet paper sticking to the back of the plastic clipboard. You can take it off if you want.
Take off.
Still wet, the toilet paper peels off the plastic easily. All you have to do is shake it off with your finger and voila! The ledger now looks marginally better.
Inspect clip.
An aluminium block runs the width of the board, biting down on the paperwork. Its crocodile teeth are the only thing keeping the papers together. A regular pencil, the tip worn down to nothing, has been attached to the clip.
On your fingers across the aluminium.
The surface is interrupted by a silvery sticker. It's rectangular, sparkling with iridescence. You don't know how you didn't notice it before. Looks like an official mark, made to be low visibility outside the right circumstances.
Hey, Lieutenant, what is this?
What? That thing. It's a halogen watermark. We use it for adding information to RCM property.
Interesting. What kind of information?
It depends. Aside from an anti-counterfeiting stamp, mine has my station number and address. The information varies by date of issue.
Maybe yours will have how many cases you've solved.
How can I read it?
Any capable light with the right wavelength will do.
Like
All
that?
RCM vehicles have headlights designed to reveal halogen watermarks. Mine too.
This means you can read the watermarks if you just turn the lights on.
Yeah, alright. That's all, thank you.
Okay.
Return to his neatly kept notes.
While a bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboard in your hand, it's a sorry sight.
Browse the case files again.
Arson, petty theft, spousal abuse, handwritten logs on dozens of You don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from. In the back, you see thin, translucent copier paper. Some neon yellow, some bright red, all covered in boxes, like marching armies. These look like official forms, waiting to be filled out. Then rip them from the binder and hand them out, according to type of form.
What type of forms are they?
3. The topmost are misconduct fines, the middle ones are station calls, and the bottommost are field autopsy forms. Each is easy enough to make sense of. You don't have to be an intellectual giant to do police work.
Misconduct fines?
A monetary penalization ranging from 20 to 250 real. Severe cases allow for 1,000 real, but that requires special paperwork. The details of issuing these fines are spread out over the rest of the fields, but they appear pleasantly vague.
Station call?
These are quite sinister in turn. They give a date and time for the person to appear at the specified precinct police station. Below the call are the criminal charges you risk by not appearing. All in a print so small it could be considered downright cute.
Field autopsy?
A dozen pages of thin copy paper, bright red in color. You see the parameters of a deceased human form waiting to be filled in. Age, sex, condition of internal organs.
I suppose if I got that first before laying the body down, I could actually investigate and wrote my own paper rather than Kim's.
Color of the irises, predation marks, condition of sexual organs.
Now for these?
Yes, all that remains now is to fill those forms and hand them to people. Fines for wrongdoers, interview requests for bad guys, and field autopsies to dead guys.
Okay.
The rest of the stinking cellulose is much worse for wear. Being sandwiched between the board and the rest of the paperwork must have spared the fragile copier paper.
Look at the clipboard.
It's made of dark blue plastic, hard enough to beat someone to submission with. The edges are rounded, however. The U4 size board feels thick and heavy in your hand. Light shimmers on its wet surface. On the back you see the embossed letters, RCM.
Shake the ledger.
Something rattles inside, ever so lightly. Is there a hidden compartment?
My badge.
And something small inside. Light, made of paper or cardboard, or dried flowers perhaps. Permeables. It's not hidden per se. The compartment is made for permeable materials that would get damaged if something happened to it.
Peek inside.
The plastic shimmers like lapis lazuli, but it is not see-through. You cannot see to its center.
How would I open it?
With your hands. U4 sized pages hang from the clip, screwed to the top of the board.
Lonesome long way home. Yeah. Oh no, I'll smell the legend. Oh no, I'll do it. 72%. Come on.
Is not what you end up doing. You squeeze the plastic to slide it open, but nothing happens. Then you bend it some. Then crack it. The goddamn thing is stuck. The ledger quivers in your hand, As it shakes, the pages rustle. This pathetic mess suddenly afraid of you for some reason.
Smell the ledger.
The acidic stench of rotting food is rubbed off on the cellulose. It now forms the base of the experience. This base surrounded by a faint air of spoiled meat, the stuff of death itself, and then sprinkled liberally with the citrus zest of toilet cleaner. You know, like the bits they put into public piss bowls, probably called Fermi Discrete, or Axel, or something. At some point in its journey, the ledger has seen the inside of a public toilet.
I know. Sylvie already told me I dunked in the toilet.
If you knew it was dunked in the toilet before getting chucked into the trash, why are you sniffing it?
The option to sniff was there, so yeah. I'm a policeman. This is police work. I'm just following the leads, you know. Maybe it's my fetish. Maybe even think of that. Knows. The option to sniff was there, so.
So you wanted to get in on the trash toilet stink collab. Find out what happens when those two get funky together? Okay, pal.
This is getting weird and hostile. Sorry, Nose. Let's move on. Are you angry with me, Nose? Yeah.
Yeah. Turns out your nose doesn't like self-indulgent literal shit huffing. Quelle fucking surprise. Come on, no more. The ledger is going back down, away from your nose now.
Okay. Right, well, 92%. I better win this one.
Yes, you can piece them together using the alphanumeric code on the margin. It always begins with HDB41, then date of initialization and time of arrival on the scene, followed by the title. For example, HDB 41120111700, the next world mural.
Wait, HP 41? Weren't those officer precincts?
Why, yes, your precinct number is 41.
And HPD?
Every last alphanumeric in the files begins with it. And these are your case files. It's safe to say HDB are your
Harry
initials.
Dubois.
Harry Dubois. HDB.
I think what you meant to say was RAC. Raphael Ambrosia Costo. Yeah, I did that.
No, the alphanumeric begins with HDB. Can't you see the sire is tired of these fabrications? RAC is clearly what it says on the case files. These are official documents. There is no arguing with official documents.
Quality. My inner voice is arguing with itself. Good. How long does it take to read one of these Raphael stamped cases? Actually, I'm ready to admit I'm not Raphael and go on with my life. Oof. Shall I give up on the Raphael? Yeah, alright, I'll give up. I'll give up on the Raphael.
That's comforting to hear. Now, detective, it takes half an hour to piece one of these together, if you still want to. Here are your options.
The next world memorial, the unsolvable case, the square bullet hole, murders, the couch in unexpected location, murder at Hookah Parlor. I can revisit this later.
Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden papers still sags from the clipboard. It takes about half an hour to piece one together. Using the system, not much has changed.
Before I do anything else, I'm going to see if I can go speak to her. Save first. Also, do I have 2 points? I've got 2 skill points. Right, let's level one up on. Where is it? Here. Unlock. Spend 1 skill point. Yep. Cool. Initialize. Temporary research bonus. -2's silver fare. Snapping doesn't help research time. Sorry, snapping doesn't help. Research time went out. You were promised a gun. That's much is certain. But in a way you became a cop, yet here you are loitering around with idle hands like some sorry ass loser from the street. Something you're supposed to be solving cases by that. What, like talking to people? How are you going to believe that you can protect yourself and then don't? From savages without a firearm. They're saying, right, you need to think around this problem and you need to snap your fingers at people as you do. Internalize. Let's be about an hour. Cool. And the other one will, my experience points will go to opening the bridge. So that's my priority. See if it speaks to the room. I really want to be on my way to finish the quest.
The door is closed. This door can only be opened with a key or from the inside.
How'd I get up there? Can I go right back here? Let's equip my torch again.
You see a heavy steel door with the door does not budge. The door doesn't.
Can I help you?
Here's your trash container key.
Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for.
I found the victim's clothes.
How strange. I certainly didn't put them there.
Maybe you don't remember putting them there. Maybe you were sleepwalking or in a fugue state, phase state. Could someone always stop, put it there? Who else has the keys to the trash container?
The trash collection service? CS Municipal. I don't see why they would put anything in the trash, though.
Ah, the elusive CS Municipal. I doubt we'll be able to track down who was sent here last and when. This will have to be one of those little threads that solves itself down the road.
On Clinton Street, near the Boogie Street Diamond, a small truck rattles down an alleyway. It stops by a rusted trash container. 2 men, their faces rough and swollen, jump out. They look at the container despondently. CSM is written on their backs.
Thank you anyway.
Could someone of your staff have put them there?
Sylvie had the keys before I got here, and I can vouch for her. I can vouch for all my staff. None of us would tamper with the crime scene.
Maybe you don't remember putting them there. Maybe you're sleepwalking.
I think fugue states are more your forte, officer.
Let's talk about something
Yes.
else. Read the wall mark. First go to Kinema and turn on the lights. Kinema. Last drive. That may take a while. Right. You gotta find this for me.
Still here. Stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up?
The woman still has.
Right, let me do this bridge first. Is she on the other side? I don't know, probably not. Save.
A crumpled billboard. The sign billboard has fallen on.
Visual calculus. Right.
A crumpled billboard. The sign billboard has fallen on the waterlock, keeping it open and thus out of order. Judging by the size of the impact and the parallel lines of burnt rubber, the cause was probably a motor vehicle.
Interesting.
These look like the same tire tracks I saw earlier, in front of the whirling rags.
Look at the crater.
Side slip marks indicated that the vehicle was traveling up the crater at 35 kilometers an hour.
Look at the roof of the shack.
The black marks on the roof indicate that the vehicle vaulted from the crater to the roof of the shack.
Look at the sloping metal roof panel.
The panel served as a takeoff ramp.
Look at the broken post.
The vehicle soared through the air, hitting the billboard and upsetting the posts. Then it continued its flight, taking the billboard with it.
Look at the sign.
The sign broke the vehicle's fall into the canal.
That's very lucky of them.
The salmon and butter billboard still looks freshly painted, suggesting it took the plunge recently.
How recently?
Within the past 72 hours.
Look at the opposite bank.
Still speeding, the vehicle made a loop and vanished into the fog along the coast.
Was the model of the phantom vehicle?
There are two good candidates, the Caprice 40 and the Linear G22.
Why the Capri 40?
It's about the right size, and the tire marks look like they came from the skinny tires frequently found on that motor carriage. The Caprice 40 is a very popular model, with bank clerks, topping pie delivery drivers, secondary school teachers, cops, strippers dressed as cops, undressed strippers.
Why the Lian G22?
Very sturdy but light motor carriage. More likely than most to survive that jump. The Linear G22 is not a particularly popular model due to its peculiar proportions, which the manufacturer's design team probably thought about for too long.
What now?
You'd have to follow the tracks to be sure.
I leave.
The lieutenant looks on, waiting for you to wrap up your analysis.
Oh, for some reason I thought that was going to help me.
A rusting control panel with loose This panel...
Oh.
Any theories about what happened here?
Looks like someone's in a real hurry. Reckless traffic hooliganism. Some top shelf shenanigans that want me to drive and shake hands. Looks like someone was in a real hurry.
What kind of car do you think it was?
The sturdy type.
That's quite likely, from what I can tell.
I have some ideas who it might be.
Oh.
It was someone dangerous, perhaps this is somehow connected to the murder. Yeah.
The traffic hooliganism? I hope not. Fortunately, we are not traffic cops. Should we get back to the murder?
72%. It's red. Try to come up with a convincing explanation for the driver's actions. Yeah, let's try it. Jacob or 9. Right.
Somewhere in the depths of your alcohol-addled soul, you find a few threads that you can weave into a story.
This could have only been paused dramatically Jacob or...
The tip-top tourney champion?
After the untimely death of my dear friend and fellow racer Alfie Deltatraz at Ford Hammer, Jacob Orr was desperately chasing death on the racetrack, but death eluded him.
The lieutenant patiently listens to the words coming from your mouth.
After quitting in frustration, he became a recluse, a ghost driver, searching for death on the streets of Ravachol, speeding.
Jumping canals at night? If I was Jacob Irv, I wouldn't drive in Martinez. The roads are awful. In conclusion, it's a colorful theory, but I don't believe Jacob Irv did this. Should we go?
No, we need to find Jacob Irv before tragedy strikes. Take the task.
If we must.
Find a traffic hooligan. Right. First, you must find a vehicle. Yeah. Right, still no closer to finding the woman of the Hoolan team. Haunting. The dots. Right, a whole bunch of stuff to investigate here, so let's just do it. Little plastic bag. The feet. I think that's to collect rubbish, right? The plastic bag, written on its dynamic, forceful manner, implies great prices. As you crack open, a multi-gust of air flies in your face. It smells of yeast and beer, a perfect place for tar. Could be found to collect tar from the streets. Yet these broken window tips as windows.
This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. Its coin slot is full of fossilized bubblegum, rendering the machine permanently inaccessible.
Look inside.
A thick layer of graffito covers the lenses. You spell out the word Onuk written on the other side, with N and C scribbled backwards. That's Kuno on the lens.
Shift your focus to the background.
Under the graffito, a sea of blues and greys appear. Behind the water lies a coast studded with concrete and reeds. On it, a church on stilts, lanky weather-worn wooden planks, an X-shaped cross topping its tower. You know this to be the Star of Pericarnassus, or the Cairo, the central symbol of the Pericarnassian Church, a star, a great moral height to be strived towards. Around the large wooden building you see chunks of sea ice gathered on the beach, and a small tent set up on the ice. Whoa, what have we here?
A bridge?
A bridge with loose nails and rot-infested wood that creaks in the wind. A construction code violation if there ever was one.
Wherever let death come, I'm a rather short-chin badass. Kim, looks like we got a construction code violation.
Sure, they never cleaned up the war damage. The rest of Revachol looks better, though.
But Lieutenant, think about the sprinters.
The bridge is fine enough. Locals use it all the time, after all. It's nothing to worry about. Shall we?
This is a wall on the side of an apartment building.
Conceptualization, you know. Oh, brilliant. Again, I fucked on the magnesium.
Are you trying to sneak up on me? Come to slit my throat in my sleep?
Apparently, she doesn't like people standing behind her back. Logic error. She is not sleeping right now.
Pig's come to take me out, trying to snuff me out.
Are you sleeping right now?
Don't get fucking clever with me, pig. You think you're so clever.
What's the new item? So they just... the rubbish. Oh, I haven't done the mug yet. Oh, fuck it, let's do the mug. The spoken here mug somehow made its way into the whirlwind and rags dumpster. Depicts a person of Samoran descent, frolicking in a field of saffron flowers, bucktooth, and grinning feeble-mindedly. It seems to be a cheap knockoff of some colonial era antique.
It's just a racist mug. What's there to read here? Not much.
There's quite a lot to read in here, actually. Look at all that content.
Oh boy, here we go. What are you going to say about a broken, tossed-away mug that you dug out of the garbage?
This mug is an example of prejudice. I'm going to use it as an example of what not to do. I'm going to push this into the face of every merchant I find and tell them this is your inane ideology. This mug was useful. By denouncing it, I can earn political capital to mask my badass hustling, fraudulent investment. The mug didn't belong in the trash. It was just a funny mug. Can't anyone laugh anymore? Okay. I wonder if the options would have been different if I hadn't started leaning leftward and more communist like. If I started agreeing with people being racist, would there be different options here? Yeah. This mug is an example of prejudice.
But it was in the trash. Why not just call it out when you see it? Or do some volunteering work? Just finish your case, detective. What's this? We're getting reports of normal, reasonable, temperate, political opinions somewhere in Martinez.
You must be mistaken. I'm a real radical. That's me. I'm responsible. Someone's got to keep it sane around here. This is because I keep saying none of the above to political stuff, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, that's it. This is what I'm thinking. Like, they originally tried to push me to say sorry all the time, and that was my character. And then they started pushing me to say I was communist. I kept on saying no to that. Now they're starting to say I'm reasonable. And I'm happy to go with that one.
The air suddenly feels calmer, more transparent in a strangely tender way. Perhaps it's the hangover. Perhaps it's a temporary surge of serotonin. But something tells you, it's time to become a citizen of the Kingdom of Conscience.
Yeah, let's have that. First, where is the Kingdom of Conscience? No more talk, sum me up. Yeah, cool. No, I'm too fiery for this war-colour ideology and trying to develop more extreme and more interesting opinions. Yeah, no, I'm signing up for this. First, where is this Kingdom of Conscience?
It is not a place. It is a moment in time that can only arise in the right circumstances. In all of human history, it's only been achieved a handful of times.
How do you bring about these circumstances? Sounds like, you know. How do you bring about these circumstances?
Incrementally. History's greatest catastrophes have been brought about by people trying to make the world a better place. Too quickly. That's the genius of Dolores Day. She recognized that progress is meaningless if its gains are lost because of instability. Real, lasting change can only come about gradually, increment by increment.
What about all the things that are wrong now? Okay, but what the Kingdom of Conscience actually like?
The kingdom is difficult to comprehend, and even more difficult to describe, partly because humanity will need to discard many of the categories that define and limit it today. The Kingdom of Conscience is post-capitalist, post-national. It's also post-industrial, post-ideological, and even post-sexual.
Sounds incredible. Let's go right now. Feels fine, I still want to live for the present though. It's 2 opt-outs. Man, it sounds kind of terrible. I don't think I want to be a moralist anymore. Sounds incredible. Yeah, let's opt in.
Slow down, Mr. Reasonable. Did you miss the part about compromising and taking things slow?
Alright then, let's get there, eventually.
That's right. Remember, real democracy is just around the corner for Revachol. When that real democracy kicks in, a long time from now, we are all going to be so much happier.
Kingdom of Conscience. Temporarily research bonus, -2 in half-life. So I think whilst you're learning them, you get like a debuff until you learn it. Cool. My next skill point has to go to that, I think. Ah, cool. This is the back end. I might be able to find the leader. Orange bomb hat. Reaction speed. Ooh. An orange beanie. Oh, that's a beanie. I thought it was a rubbish bag there. With a couple of big ass holes in the side. It looks like it might have been used as a mask during an armed robbery. Interesting. Reaction speed +1. Alright, I'm going to do that. Oh, my encyclopedia is really high as it is anyway. But my rhetoric is down 1. How bad's my rhetoric? Oh, my rhetoric's good. So I don't mind dropping that. But my reaction speed has gone up. How good is my reaction speed? 5. My reaction speed's good anyway. Yeah, I'll have that. Another splattering on bullet holes in the wall. Let's save. I'm happy with my choices so far in the game. Chairs and tables eaten by rain and rot. Let's go in here. Just a closed door, but you look at it suspiciously. Okay, can't go in there. Why this door? Ah.
There must be another way into the building.
What's up there? That was really bad audio there.
Hey, what's that noise down there?
A garden hose, this won't be used until the snow melts. A balcony with a view of the yard and the hanging.
It's been a week and now they show up?
There we are.
You see a young man on a balcony nursing a cigarette. His eyes have been following you for a while.
Not looking for any trouble, officer.
He says in a quiet voice, despite the cold, his shirt hangs unbuttoned in the frame. On his frame. Why are you whispering? It sounds like you're already in trouble. No trouble for me, I just want to know what's going on. Too late, young man, trouble finds you. No trouble for me, I just want to know what's going on.
I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie if that's okay. I just want to finish my cigarette.
Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole thing.
Actually, the Grand Demi really needs to talk to you.
Is it really that important?
He asks, adjusting his shirt.
Like a nervous cat, he keeps stealing looks at the neighboring windows.
All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run.
Looks like you got a good view of the row and backyard. Can you tell me anything about the hangar?
I can tell that you finally got him down. Thank you. It was quite a disturbing sight, even by Martinet's standards.
What were you doing last Sunday?
Oh. You had asked me that, didn't you?
Wait, is someone else investigating the lynching?
Did you? Yeah, I'll ask him.
No, not you two. Some more muscular type.
Huh.
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
The lieutenant takes out his little blue notebook and writes something down.
Last week? I don't know. Look.
He looks around the courtyard again. Snow blankets the old patio stairs and dead houseplants, and all the neighbouring windows are black.
A downy blanket of white to cover up the miserable poverty of the scene.
You didn't answer the question. What were you doing last Sunday?
I had a friend over.
What kind of friend?
It was my Sunday friend.
What's your real friend's name? Did he see something?
He doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette. Under the grey sky, snow continues to pile on the neighboring windowsills.
Can you tell me your name?
My name? My name is Martin Martinez.
That's definitely not his real name.
You're not actually called Martin Martinez, are you?
No, of course not. Could you please lower your voice?
Alright, we'll talk later.
No. We won't.
He takes one last drag of his cigarette before stopping out on the snowy balcony with a dying hiss.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
42. Suggestion. Convince them to stay. Fuck it, let's wall it.
This isn't the place or time for questions. Who knows who might be watching from the distance, hidden behind the curtains.
Hey, listen, I'm trying to make things okay again. Can we meet again somewhere else?
For a moment, the man on the balcony seems almost vulnerable. Something moves in the depths of his feline eyes. Compassion and a hint of understanding. There's snow gathering on his hair and on his shoulders. A speckle of white against the purple that hangs loose on his slender frame.
I am sorry, but I really don't have the information you're looking for.
His voice is soft and deliberate. With a flick of his wrist, he sends a cigarette butt sailing over the whale.
But, hold on. What's that? For a split second, his hand lingers, as though gesturing towards a stone placed right next to the front door.
Keys again.
It's a sign.
Good luck with the investigation.
Cool. A stone placed right next to the front door. Right.
He's gone.
The lieutenant puts away his notebook. We should run after him and see where he went.
No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll know how to hide himself.
So we should give up. You're right. He probably didn't have anything important to say. So should we give up?
He could be a witness. Him or his Sunday friend. Either way, we need to look into that muscular type who's asking about our case. He did leave us a sign. Did you see that? He wanted to draw our attention to that stone right over there.
Lieutenant nods towards a small rock on a soggy patch of grass.
If we find a way inside the building, we can ask around for his apartment.
Great, let's do that.
A stone like any other, lying in a whirl of sleet and mud. Maybe there's something under it.
Turn over.
There's a key beneath it, rusty from the dirt.
This must be for the front door. Pity he doesn't have the apartment number on it. This building has many apartments and the man can be in any of them.
How are we going to find the right one?
We'll just have to go in and see.
Put a stone back. Door's open now. This is a fuck ton of things to do. I see some boots there. Alright, there's a lot to do here. I'm not spending time for it. I'll come back to it later. Is that the way out? Ask around for the apartment number. Something needs for that. The belly of the bow shines like it was recently painted.
Hey, up here, Piggo.
There's a glove there. Did she spill the paint?
The streets will flow red once more. A great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance. You wait and see.
The girl stares at the sailboat by the pier.
The streets will not flow red with anything. Who are you?
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C.
We just want to know your name, little lady. No need to get defensive. Don't use that tone with me, I am the law. Let's start off your blood type and go from there. Hep, yeah. When were you last tested? Just answer some questions, okay? Just want to ask you some questions.
Ask away, pigman. But I don't promise to answer.
You keep looking off to the side. What are you looking at? What are you doing on the wall? Do you know anything about the recent murder? Catch you later, Cindy. You look off to the side. What are you looking at?
The lieutenant furrows his brow at another one of your eccentricisms.
She nods disdainfully towards the women performing maintenance on the boat dock next to the pier.
Hatred, disgust. It's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlish features. The woman on the boat does not notice her staring.
Is she the woman we're looking for?
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her.
Ozon is an archipelago 2 days' travel away from Revachol. Its moneyed residents, used to posh restaurants and upscale boutiques, rarely have reason to visit Martinez.
Who is she?
Probably the Wild Pines rep.
Yes.
We should talk to her. She's a professional negotiator, though. I have the feeling she will be very cooperative while telling us nothing. You should take the lead. Ask her unexpected questions, you know? Do your thing. Don't be afraid to get a bit wacky. Throwing her off is our best bet.
Good idea, piggies. Run along now. Fuck her shit up good. Impound that boat while you're at it. I'd like to watch her swim back to Ozon.
What are you doing to the wall?
Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural, an aereo graffitio visible from low orbit. I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words.
So you don't know what to write?
Have you ever tried your hand at graffitio? When faced with a blank wall, most people write unimaginative stuff, like pigs go home and Mono is here. We rarely see pigs round here, though. Just union cards. And my name's not Mona, so...
Why are you so committed on defacing the building?
This place is severely lacking in havoc. Not even the occasional trash can fire to break up the tedium. I thought I'd mix it up, you know. Summon the forces of crime and social chaos with a wall-sized invitation.
I have an opinion on this. Want to hear it?
Yeah?
I love public art. Don't mind us. Keep doing what you're doing. I'm going to have to stop you. This is hooliganism. Actually, I don't have an opinion. I love public art. Don't mind us.
Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration will come to me now that I have an official RCM stamp of approval.
She means the opposite.
Do you know anything about the recent murder?
I ain't no snitch, pigstein. Go forth and forage in someone else's shit. No shortage of squealers in these parts.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm, informative manner.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant, fucko.
Catch you later, Cindy.
Watch your back, ungulate. You've got eyes on you.
What's my new item? Do I have a new one? $85% done on that. Let's save it. I've only got 40 minutes left of this session. That's flown past. Oh, I was going to have a break an hour ago. Might as well power through now. Okay, cool. Back around. Looks like there was more construction here once, decades ago. Dockham Reserve residents of Rue St. Gladstone. Oof, stockpile of magnesium. I'm quite happy with that. Save again. The room in the Berlin isn't much bigger than the shop. It's locked. Worth more than you ever earn in your life.
A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
Good afternoon, officers. I'm Joyce.
She extends a hand in greeting. This is like the boss of this day, ain't it? I'm on the boss level of conversation. Day 2 boss.
Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM.
She steps closer to hold hands over the railing. Joyce, what does the L stand for? What gave us away? Shake your hand. Yeah, I'll start off with shaking a hand.
I'm glad to see you here.
Her grip is tight and cold.
Like steel. There is strength there. If she wanted, she could sink her nails deep into your skin.
I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will, gladly.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode. Very unusual. But I can assure you of his ultimate competency.
There's a trace of irony in his voice. Mischief, even. This is a tactic. It happens quicker than a shooting star. But did the lieutenant just wink at you?
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines group.
You on a boat? Tell me about Wild Pines. What do you do? What can you tell me about the strike? What can you tell me about this lynching? Do you know something about these tattoos? Show the photo. That's the dead body photo. Tell me about Wild Pines. What do you do?
What we do? I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking.
There was a touch of discomfort there. She wants to merely represent.
So what do they do?
The Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things. And that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration, offshore platforms.
The Wild Pines Group is one of the original Revacholian Indo-tribes. Companies awarded royal monopolies by the king, the suzerain himself, centuries ago. The king is long gone, but several of the Indo-tribes remain.
Who are the other Indo-tribes? You're in good company, it seems. How much money does Wild Pines have? You're in good company, it seems.
Why, thank you.
She doesn't register the real meaning of the remark. How much money does Wild Pines have?
I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue.
Wow. That it? I thought Wild Pines was supposed to be big time. Numbers like that mean nothing to me. Is that it? Yeah, I'll go that.
And to think, there are years when the group books losses in the billions.
Wave hits the sloop. She grasps the mainstay for balance.
Wild Pines employs 72,000 people, all of whom have families that depend on their salaries. It is a tremendous responsibility.
Where do wild pines get all their billions?
They started as an exploration and cargo fleet conducting trade between the Samaran and Insulindian Isolas 250 years ago, when pine ships explored the South Seminese and charted Lomantang on behalf of the suzerain. Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the Great Unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from its employees to build it.
This probably helps to start out with a war monopoly. Why? What does such a huge system want with a place like this? It probably helps to start with a royal monopoly.
You know more than you let on. Certainly it helped, but most of the original Indo tribes have failed, or been absorbed. To survive, wild pines had to grow and adapt. No suzerain did that.
What does a huge system want with a place like this?
You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo?
8% of all cargo in the world, that's quite the endeavour. You don't keep it moving, the workers do. The company is nothing without them. Yeah, I got that.
We built this district.
Breakthrough. Imminent. Right. Can I just... Problem solution. Oh, okay. I can't do that until I finish the conversation now, I suppose. We built this district, she said.
We. There it is. She owns up to it.
All the best parts of it. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, with its bastions. The plazas Meteor and Mosaic. Even some of the old street lamps have been put back thanks to the investments from the WP.
She points behind you where the seawall rises.
Before Martinez was swallowed by the industrial harbour, even before it was part of Revachol, long before Terminal B was erected here, the Pines built it as a resort for its Revacholian employees. A company getaway, for a weekend or a summer holiday. Then came the revolution. But that's another matter. I'm here to make sure the Pines can fulfill their responsibilities to the place they built.
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone.
Do you know something about these towers? Yeah, I'll go in that.
That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question.
So you know something about the tattoos?
Better not tie the fourth day to the backstay on this. I hope there is something else I can help you with.
What can you tell me about this lynching?
Quite a few things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi, from Precinct 57. And this is my colleague from Precinct 41, Detective Dubois. I'm afraid Harry doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope mine will suffice.
Oh, and what happened to yours, Detective?
Remember when my partner told you I recently suffered from an unusual medical episode? My lost bag is related to that. I wish there was more options.
I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode?
It's possible after a night of heavy drinking, I lost all memory of my life and the world. Yeah, I'm doing that. I could have eaten it for all I know. I don't remember anything. This world, this city, nothing. Yes.
I can't hear you, darling. Speak up, please.
Well, that's forced me to pick. I've got to eaten it for all I know. I don't remember anything, this world, this city, nothing.
Oh dear. Some kind of encephalopathic amnesia. I don't even know how to respond. I do believe you, naive as that may sound. I simply can't imagine what you gain by faking such a condition?
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer of the RCM.
Of course, I sympathize, but I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that badge.
She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement.
Right, let's roll the dice. How do I negotiate my way out of this? 1+1 sympathy for the amnesia. Yeah, come on, fucking awful.
Feelings will guide the way.
Oh yeah. But madame, I need to know about this lynching. It's very important to me. It's the case I'm solving.
I assure you, it is no small matter for me either. We all share the responsibility for disarming this situation. I hope you have a badge for me as soon as possible.
You don't understand, it's not like a side case for me. Here's my main thing. You have so much else. I have only this. Spread your hands. This is the entirety of my existence. Yeah, fuck it, let's go down.
She's silent. The wind flaps the sail above her.
This boat, for example, and a home somewhere, I only have this case.
Officer.
Oof. I don't remember anything except the lynching. There's only this coast and the lynching. This case is what I will be known by. Do I keep on begging? This case is the only thing I'll be known by.
You know, I don't mean to sound cold, but if you want something, you have to give something back. More than just guilt.
You're doing it. Despite your own best efforts, you're still getting in. Somehow.
I'll be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to see something tangible.
Like what?
The Union is conducting drug trade out of the harbor. It's an open secret in Martinez. Surely it must not come as a complete surprise to the RCM either. Perhaps it's time to look into it. Or you can find your badge, which honestly seems like a lost cause.
Detective, a word in private before we continue.
Excuse us for a moment, madame.
Finger pistol, 9mm. Snap, snap, baby. Turns out guns aren't that much for protecting as they are for attacking people. If you want to protect people, really work for them, you have to whip out your signature dual 9mm Villiers finger pistols. Who needs real guns anyway? That conversation you just had? It would have gone better had you snapped those bad boys at them. Note, 9mm dual finger pistols do not count for an actual weapon in a gunfight.
Noted. +1 reaction speed. Safely always off empty hand slot. Give suggestion +1. Empty hand slot gives +1 suggestion. That's interesting. Joyce info on the lynching. There's something she wants to tell you. You just have to present her with your badge or hear it to hear it. Or perhaps if you did her a favour, she would waive off the formality. Whatever the case, you need to know what she knows.
This is not going quite as I hoped it would, Detective.
How did you hope it would go?
Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and you know, not volunteer us to be her henchman.
Oh, so we're a henchman now? Really, I thought it was going so well.
This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played straight into her hands.
Maybe this is all her plan. She might have heard about you.
The company has more ears on the ground. She could have known about my condition. What do you propose? That we don't investigate the drug trafficking? We could just, find my badge. Yeah, could do that.
Oh, that would be fantastic, but do we have the time? The world is large and your badge is 8 by 6 centimeters.
The situation might have changed drastically by the time you locate it. Time is of the essence.
You could request a new one from the station, but that would literally take months.
The company must have more ears on the ground. She could have known about my condition.
I wouldn't go that far. Her reaction did come off as sincere to me. I think she's just quick to adapt. She's a professional, after all.
Would you propose that we don't investigate the drug trafficking?
No. If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. Otherwise, she could claim we are siding with the Union, or that we are on their take. We'd never hear the end of it. What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done, and demand for her information on the lynching.
Alright, sounds good. Sounds like a plan. Save it.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? Not an umbrella, I hope. I don't need one myself, you see.
She passed her wet raincoat.
All around you, rain keeps falling down. On the wooden boards she's standing on, and on the water around you.
I could use a coat like that. The rain is freezing. Neither do I. Pat your seemingly wet cloak. No need. Tell me, Frank. I could use a coat like that. The rain is freezing.
Sadly, I need this one myself. It's hydrophobic, repels water, almost magically. The company makes them for offshore platform personnel. Very sturdy. What I can do for you is answer some questions. Nothing like talking to pass a rainy day.
What can you tell me about this strike?
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets.
Wait, what if I want to hear trade secrets?
First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Elements that gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus.
An octopus? I will slay it. Yeah, let's go weird.
Good luck is only kept in place by the vested interests of half the civilized world, including your own.
What the ma'am means is that the Emergencies Act and the RCM both get their authority from the coalition government.
You'd be shooting yourself in the foot, in other words.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike.
What is your role in this, precisely?
I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place.
Wait, she just admitted that the lynching and the strike are connected.
Now they won't even let me into the harbor. There's a 2-meter-20 racist behemoth blocking the gates.
Oh, you mean the Musclehead? So the strike is connected to the lynching? How it was going before the lynching? So the strike is connected to the lynching?
Yes, I believe there is a connection. But that's a subject for later.
Oh, you mean Musclehead?
Yes, Jean-Luc Measurehead.
She leans back and rolls her eyes. How were the talks going before the lynching?
Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
But the strike began in December.
He looks at his notes.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the Union in prior negotiations.
This isn't the first time the Union has gone on strike.
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the Union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive.
Ludicrous even. It's meant.
What happened to this Gaumont? What are their demands? The scabs at the gate, did you put them there? What do you think of Everett? Yeah.
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first.
Really?
Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood.
If you were to prick it with something sharp, you could see it oozing out. A knife, maybe? No, a rapier.
You sound like you're about to take a rapier to him. Yeah, no. That Everett's alright. And he's not that bad. You sound like you're about to take a rapier to him.
Oh heavens no. We get along just fine. Yet now that you mention it, I can't stop imagining that black treacle just dribbling down his double chin.
She stops and smiles. That's Everett, right?
He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar.
I'm never heard something about Edgar. Wait, there are 2 of him? Yeah.
Yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over. It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues.
What about the Union itself, outside the brothers Clare?
The Débardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that. Organised labour at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say?
She hesitates, looking for the right expression.
A mob. The Débardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, we are forced to cooperate with them.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Everard and his brother. And your opinion, detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Débardeurs Union is...
An effective advocate for the rights of local workmen, a giant leech sucking right out of Ravachol, basically a socialist mob. I prefer not have an opinion on these things. You could do that for quite a lot, I say. A giant leech sucking the right out of Ravachol.
Indeed. And a hungry one. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 decades. However much you feed the leech always hungers.
What are their demands? The scabs at the gate, did you put them there? Let me do that.
The scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrog, come to plead for work where the Union refuses to?
Don't let her answer it herself.
No, I mean the scabs. Let's call them strike breakers. You put them there, right? You're right, I don't know what got into me. Some of that degenerate dock worker lingo has rubbed off, it seems. Let's call them strike breakers. You put them there, right?
If these strike breakers were organised by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you. Not yet, at least.
It's implied. She's open to discussing this matter with you at a later occasion.
What happened to this Gourmand?
Mr. Clare told him to... How did he put it?
She paused to compose herself.
Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see.
Okay then.
Yes. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the Union.
What are their demands?
There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes. Every worker, a member of the board.
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
I don't know what to think about that. Over-aggressive, calmly posturing. Seems that they have no idea about business. Yeah.
In its defense, another said, demand democracy. Pretty tame stuff compared to every worker, a member of the board.
Most of them probably don't know what that means.
Fortunately, they explained it. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about anything, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal. Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group.
That's pretty funny, I have to admit. The workers can't be kings. The king is king. The king is dead. Long live the workers. That's pretty funny, I have to admit.
They're having a blast. But how can they afford it? After 4 months, my assumption was they would prefer a more practical solution.
What are you gonna do?
I'm not sure. Naturally, I assumed that was just their opening position. A hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags. A disastrous situation if there ever was one.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the boyar at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, "Call me mañana."
This checks out.
One more thing, you said something about what happened in the elections.
I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union. She disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore, or coming to work. Ever. End of story.
This forewoman, her name?
This forewoman, her name? Yeah.
Sadly, the company records do not even give a name. She's just forewoman in private correspondence, Holly. I don't even know if it's a sir or given name, and I don't have access to the Union's files.
Eerie.
Downright haunting, if you ask me. The Wild Pines suspected foul play, but what could they do? It was a Union matter. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing with him.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
That's all we need to hear. Let's change the topic.
Of course. How else can I help?
Okay, tell me about the alleged drug trafficking now. By the way, I've talked to Everett Claire. You seem smart. I need someone to give me a lowdown on this reality room.
This reality?
She
pulls her hood closer around the neck.
Yes, reality is your side case. An experimental side case.
I'm conducting a personal investigation into the world I find myself into. It's related to the medical episode. I had trouble remembering even the most basic terms of reality. No time to explain, just give me a lowdown. Actually, now is not a good time for a reality lowdown. Let's go a bit mad on it. No time to explain, just give me the lowdown.
No, but please. A little context. We're not in such a hurry.
We have time for you to tell me why you need a reality lowdown.
I'm conducting a personal investigation to the world I find myself in.
How truly curious. A sort of philosopher detective.
My theory is that the inquiry into the nature of reality will ultimately converge with our murder investigation. They're really one and the same.
Are they now?
The Lieutenant Cox's eyebrow.
A deep synthesis. I'll assist you however I can then. Go ahead. Ask.
What's the new mission? Reality laydown. You have no idea where you are. Lena encouraged you to go ask others to explain the world to you in great detail. Perhaps try which person, which people are educated. Joyce is rich and willing to answer questions. Ask one.
Alright, we're in. I know these all look good, but begin with the first, okay?
Where are we? What times are these? Sounds bad. What are you? What is this? Conceptualization bad as well. Right, let's start at the top one. Where are we?
We're in Martinez, baby.
Baby.
A casual term of endearment popular among the 50-plus crowd. It's a disco holdover, pay it no heed.
I'm a disco holdover myself.
Aren't we all?
She refers to your corresponding ages.
And what is Martinez?
Martinez is a district of Revachol. A very small district tucked away near the industrial harbour, north of the 881 and Jamrock. You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten, even. Shelled to smithereens during the Revolution. It has its charms, just not this time of year.
Tell me more about Martinez. You mentioned a sea. What sea is this? Okay, what Martinez? What's Ravishal? Tell me about another, perhaps even more fundamental aspect of reality. Yeah.
I would be happy to. What is a preposterously expensive education for, if not sharing?
Fair enough. What times are these?
These are unimportant times, Detective. You and I were born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second too late.
Too late for what?
For the big time.
What's the big time?
The revolution.
Now, and what is the revolution I keep hearing about?
It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next, who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real kerfuffle.
Would you say it's a bunch of apes duking out? Who got shot in the head? Who got mineral rights? When was this kerfuffle? That's not about the times. Would you say it's about a bunch of apes duking out?
Why, of course. We're talking Duke Out Central. Full swing intra-species warfare.
And the apes, were they evil?
No. I would say the apes were neutral.
She looks at you, her gaze sharp. Okay, neutral.
On the other hand...
She turns north to the bombed-out building lining the wall front, then shivers slightly. Who got shot in the head?
Those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution. But the communists... they all got shot in the head. Oh, and the anarchists too. They shot them well. So well, one forgets they even existed.
Did the communists and the anarchists shoot back?
Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people.
Truly a kerfuffle. 2 million people, that's a lot of people. Sounds like they should have shot more people in the back of the head. Truly a kerfuffle.
Yeah, it was a kerfuffle, all right.
Lieutenant mumbles behind his notes.
Yes, the Insulindian deluge, they call it.
Anyone else get shot in the head on the opposing side?
Oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. Accounts differ. It was unceremonious. Just as well, he wasn't actually the king. Just the king's nephew. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad.
Small king, cowardly king. I love that king. Fucking communists. I don't care about kings. Tell me one more thing. Smart king.
Yes. King Guillaume had a nose for bad PR. He ran before it. What is the expression? Went down? Anyway, Gil got out alive and his nephew Frisell got shot in his place. Him and tens of thousands of his wonderfully fascist kingsmen. It was a wild time.
Who got the mineral rights?
The liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything.
Okay, and by liberal you mean...
Liberals are usually middle-class people, Detective. Or the remaining gentry. The beneficiaries of the pre-revolutionary arrangement. Some were rich enough to stay with the Constitution, with monarchy. Big mistake. Others bet on the revolution. They were called the ultras, or ultra-liberals. They fared well.
How did the liberals win it all?
They didn't win so much as survive. We were the last ones standing when the war ended. Everyone else got shot in the head, remember?
We. She's one of them. Of course.
If everyone's got shot, who was there to surrender to?
To foreign intervention. The coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights.
Wait, you just said the liberals already took everything.
The liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The coalition took the ground. The ocean, the laws, and the people.
Who are the coalition?
The coalition of nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, and Sur-le-Clay. The armed center of the world. They landed here and ended the revolution. It was the moralist thing to do.
Moralist?
The moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. They believe in mineral rights, and not shooting people in the head. At least not in the same manner and volume as the others do. They are the long-standing provisional rulers of Revachol now, the coalition government.
The rulers of Revachol, and also the world. These guys are strong.
Yeah, sounds it.
This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist.
The color of moralism is blue. The official motto of Moral Intern, or Moralist International, is a blue forget-me-not, a piece of grey sky. Unofficial. For a moment, there was hope.
I don't think I'm a moralist, madame. Not just technically, practically, for a moment, there was hope. If always picking the option that doesn't commit to anything, then hell yes, I am, and also not. Not just technically, practically, for a moment there was hope.
A devout man of the center. Hard to come by. It's good to have someone who takes a moderate approach to head shooting. In your line of work, I mean.
When was this kerfuffle?
The turn of the century revolution? Don't answer it. It's a trick question. The revolution began in '02 on the Isla of Grad, though by the end, nearly the whole world had gotten involved.
Who started it?
It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Zarat, a particularly virulent prion disease, which the authorities in Grad proved unable to contain. Then Marzolf came along and overthrew the government.
What did Tarzar do? Where did it spread from there? What did the Tarzar do?
It made people overthrow their governments.
Wow, really?
Of course not. It was a highly infectious microorganism that destroyed brain tissue. The actual causes of the revolution were material. The pandemic only provided the spark.
It was a funny time in history. They discovered transistors and rock music, but they didn't know anything about prions. Nobody did.
Where did it spread from there?
From Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Marzolf's government was overthrown in 08, and the coalition crushed the Revachol commune 2 years later. It was the end.
What came next?
Why? You and I, officer. Our lives in the zone of control.
What is the zone of control?
A city-state divided into free market zones under the everlasting interregnum of the Coalition of Nations. And you, of course, the citizens' militia. The zone of control is the third incarnation of Revachol, after the failure of the suzerain and the commune.
What happened in the rest of the world?
Modernity. They developed the marvels of the inter-eastlery communication, telematic milieus, radiation, colored plastics. Meanwhile, in Revachol West, the aftermath continues for the 5th decade.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
Wait, you're saying it's been like this since for 43 years?
Time flies.
What have you been doing all this time?
The 20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river leveled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement on what came before. 08 to 19 was simply hell.
And after that?
The 30s? Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest tax haven, with the international community's blessing. For the first time in a long time, it seemed like things were going somewhere.
Were they?
No. It was a market mirage fueled by cocaine and quantitative easing. The 40s dispelled it like a cold splash, an Isla-wide hangover, you might say. And here we are. Welcome to reality, baby.
Task complete.
For her to be where she is, Wild Pines Group must have picked the right side.
Which side was Wild Pines on?
They picked the winning side. That's why they're here, and others are not.
They chose wisely.
Perhaps it wouldn't have turned out that way had I been in charge. I might have bet on the king and led the Pines to doom.
Would have sided with the king?
I would have sided with the cannons. If you'd seen the calibers of the things, you might have too. Perhaps it's better I was born when I was. 10 of the 14 Indo tribes got it wrong. Feld, Kupri, Tricentennial. So I suppose I would have been in good company.
What would you have done differently?
Good question. What would you have done differently?
I ask you, what are you in all this? I would have sought a medical solution. Sounds like Tazar drove people mad. I would have killed more, 400 million, if that's what it took. I would have positioned myself very precisely. I would have made it out with the minimal words. I know what I would have done differently. I would have sought a medical solution.
A cold creeps up your spine, reaching its tendrils up your neck, toward the back of your head.
So a quarter of humanity simply lost their minds. And how would you stop a prion, a complex folding protein, unlife, with a technology 50 years ago?
With some hygiene, modest social care, and perhaps a little research program? Liquidate the rabid Pyron-infested dogs who want to kill everyone with cleansing artillery fire. With privatised healthcare and a work ethic that does not turn your brain into sponge tissue. Okay, maybe it's impossible. What happened had to happen. Always will. With some hygiene, modest social care, and perhaps a little research program.
The wind stops, and for a moment, there's silence. The charge dissipates into the dark water. All is quiet on the Martinez inlet. A dog barks. A gunshot echoes off the walls of some distant building. A woman's voice.
There is peace in the heart.
That's a good thing, right?
Good hygiene. Really. A very moderate solution to an extreme problem. It's those sort of half measures that doomed the authorities in Grad. When they failed to step up, Marzov and his party stepped in. In this particular case, maybe a more robust state response might have been appropriate.
Opinions expressed here do not reflect the official position of the RCM.
And what is your official position, Lieutenant?
My position, ma'am? My parents got ripped to shreds in the revolution. I would have gone the same way. I was saved by being 2 years old. That's my position. The abattoir.
Understandable.
That's enough about the times.
They are what they are. Who knows? An afterbloom may yet come. Anyway, enough sentimentality. Is there anything else you want to know?
Not so fast. Who is she in all this? Ask her who she is. She owes you an answer.
Alright, it's 10 o'clock now. It's normally the time to finish the stream, but I feel it would be best to continue until this is over. Till this conversation is finished. Who's she in all this? Oh well, that's gone up. And that's still a conceptualization. Yeah, it's actually really high up here. And what do we have here? Alright, cool. I want to know what you are. Why are you?
I am the vilest of the vile. A traitor. A devourer of nations and infants. I am an ultra.
She raises the corner of her mouth, smirking, revealing a canine.
What's an ultra? A liberal? Cool, I liberate pretty hard myself. I don't understand what's so vile about that. Wait, what's an ultra?
An ultra-liberal. It's a type of liberal. From the revolution. It's, not the moderate kind.
I don't understand what's so vile about that.
Haven't you heard? I am a nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp. One of those who pushed the king under a shit wagon and betrayed the revolution. I can see you thought I'd gone extinct. No sane person identifies as an ultra-liberal anymore. Not in broad daylight. You're a centrist at heart. A real moralist. Tell me, now that I've uncoiled myself, do you find me frightening?
I forgive you.
I do hope so. I hope we're able to remain collegial despite it. Remember, we were partners, whether you like to admit it or not. There's blood on many hands, I assure you. When the dust settled, the liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future. This was all our last generation managed.
Would you have done something different?
With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government that keeps Martinez a monument to the efficacy of its artillery.
While a gentle wind sweeps the streets in the rebuilt east, light drizzle washing it clean, lights go up and motor carriages circulate the tracks.
I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the Coalition. Not here in Martinez, and not in the Stella Maris or Delta Beachheads either. If not for my own sake.
She realizes her small, cold fists are clenched. She loosens them.
Then for my daughters. We had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the whole Isla down rather than let them have it.
You're a smart woman, you're a patriot, you have daughters. You have daughters?
Yes. Whatever else I am, I'm also a mother and a wife. Now, shall we return to reality?
What is this? Spread your hands.
A bird? A sphenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions?
I mean, what is this place here?
Ah. This is the pier of Rue de Saint-Ghislaine, 33A, where the tenants have been kind enough to rent me a slot. Or two.
Was we just say...
A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see. And new buildings, bâtiments. After les bâtiments nouveaux. But 33A and 33B are not nouveau. They're old.
She looks at the crumbling facade.
This one used to be 8 to 10 stories tall. A real high-rise by the standards of the last century. Built to mirror the skyscrapers across the bay in the Delta. That was before the war, of course.
You lived in them?
Mostly the urban middle class, I believe. This was once primo real estate. Before the cannons lopped 4 or 5 stories off.
Splat, splat.
From a dilapidated balcony, Cindy the skull gives Joyce the evil eye, her red paintbrush held to her throat.
You could be wrong, but from here it appears as if she's running the brush across her throat in a soaring motion.
Yeah, that's what I kind of imagined as well.
Wonderful.
What's that? Points to Sydney the skull.
The girl in the old lady rags.
Yeah.
Looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a teen infraculture.
Infraculture?
Yes. You and I belong to the supraculture. We're common, the herd. The music on the radio, the food in the chain restaurant, those are all too popular for the girl in the old lady rags. She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It is an illusion, I'm afraid. There is no refuge from the supraculture.
Okay, now explain the same thing but to a child. You don't understand anything, make it more complicated somehow. Yeah.
I can't. That's how simple it is. One may dye their hair green and wear their grandma's coat all they want. Capital has the ability to subsume all critiques into itself. Even those who would critique capital end up reinforcing it instead. All right. What next?
She pauses to take a long leisurely sip of her tea.
Suddenly, you're not so sure you're part of the supraculture.
I think I may be a part of the infraculture. Nah, there you go.
Of course, no time for silly infracultures. There are more pressing, reality-centric questions to be asked.
I'm not going to be able to pass these. Oh, fuck it. Should I give it a shot? What is finger something closely?
6 kilometers southwest, in the Valley of Dogs. Junior Officer Chad Tilbrook takes aim at a rabid black dog licking its wounds in the grass. To his left, his partner, Emil Mullins, whispers, "You heard what happened to Tequila Sunset in Martinez?" "Yes, he lost his mind," Tilbrook answers, fingers on the trigger. "Don't worry, Emil." He pulls it out slowly. Slowly now. He'll find it again. We always do.
What am I?
You? You're an officer of the RCM.
She says energetically. The Ravishal Citizens Militia?
Preciso mundo.
Good, and what is the Ravishal Citizens Militia?
Nothing more nor less than the de facto law enforcement body of post-revolutionary Revachol, Detective.
Yes, we are the Revachol Citizens Militia.
He's being sarcastic.
He said de facto?
Yes, that means not de jure. The RCM acts in what is poetically called the twilight of international law, both at the behest of the coalition government and to its chagrin.
What do you mean? That is it for who I am part then? What do you mean?
The RCM's responsibilities are defined by the Emergency, Wayfarer and Aliments Acts, 3 pieces of legislation keeping the city in a, let's be honest, laissez-faire stasis to the benefit of foreign capital.
All 3 are good to know when we are out policing.
So I'm basically a lackey for the capital. So I'm basically a fool for foreign interests. So I'm basically one of the good guys. So I'm basically going to avoid the subject and ask the next question in the line of inquiry. So basically a lackey of the capital is what I'm going to go with.
There's nothing basic about your role, Detective. It's true that the RCM keeps everything the way our seemingly permanent provisional rulers like it.
She leans in.
Yet, on the other hand, I know these people. I deal with them daily. Let me tell you, dear, they are not fans of you.
Why?
The post-revolutionary decade was a disaster for the coalition government. Revachol in the 20s was hell, especially on the west side of the river. Gang warfare, a botched privatization scheme, a nuclear pile meltdown. They called it the international zone because no nation wanted to claim responsibility. The RCM restored peace where the coalition failed. A true blue citizens' initiative. They will never forgive you.
That's somewhat of an exaggeration. In reality, ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Revacholians get to keep the peace in Revachol, and the coalition doesn't have to worry about it. Anyway, sorry to intrude. Please continue.
Yes, Lieutenant. Permit me to conclude with this. Who you are, to me, is the police. The only legitimate law enforcement authority in Revachol.
Thank you. Say nothing. Back to the basic terms of reality then. Thank you, madame.
And if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the basic terms of reality, well, I'm here to help.
What was the RCM again?
Nothing more nor less than the de facto law enforcement body of post-revolutionary Revachol, Detective.
Yes, we are the Revachol Citizens Militia.
He's being sarcastic.
Are we?
We are.
Yes, that means not de jure. The RCM acts in what is poetically
That's
called
it for the
the
who I am
twilight.
party.
Permit me to conclude with this. Who you are to me is the police. The only legitimate, and if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the basic terms of reality, well, I am here to help.
Alright, cool. I think we're done here. That's all for now.
Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else?
Tell me about the alleged drug trafficking.
It's quite straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samar and Isola into Revachol with the Union's blessing. Wild Pines has suspected it for years.
Ingredients for what, ma'am?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff.
Let's get it straight. Materials come from Samara to Ravishal through the terminal.
Yes. After they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production is taking place at various sites in and around Jamrock Quarter, north of here.
Wildpine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, man. Do you mean to say the Union also produces the product? Sells drugs, I mean?
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the company knows, the Union does not produce it. They transport the ingredients for a cut.
And you want us to investigate?
Yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the Dock Workers Union. Still, every chain has its weak link.
The handoff. The motor lorries at the roundabout.
The lorries.
Precisely. Someone needs to move the ingredients from the harbour into the city. Once they reach Jamrock, they're distributed to a network of local manufacturers well beyond our grasp. But in transit, they are vulnerable.
How convenient that they're stranded like beached whales at that roundabout.
Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. Interview the drivers who are still hanging about. One of them might be waiting for a crucial shipment.
She gives you a known look.
Her irises are light green, like the river Esperance in bright daylight, upstream where it's clearer.
I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you.
Uncovering Union secrets could also give you an upper hand when dealing with them.
Why didn't you come to the RCM earlier? It's no coincidence the lorries are stranded like that, is it? What proof do you have the Union is involved? We already have some suspicions that one of the drivers was present at the lynching. Okay, I've made up my mind about the smuggling investigation. Actually, let's discuss something else for now. Let's do it.
She simply nods.
By the way, what else do you have? But I've talked to Everett.
You have? And how did you like Mr. Clare?
Finally, time to choose sides.
I didn't. He's a beautiful man, beautiful and just. Everett Clare is a hero of the workers' movement. He is a champion I swore fealty to. He's a bloated rainbow socialist. I can do business with him. For a socialist, he's reasonable. He is not the champion I have chosen. I wish to swear fealty to you and the cause of capital. I have the feeling the intentional community does not approve of him. It's not important if I like him. I was doing my job. Okay, so you have, and how did you like Mr. Everett? I didn't.
Oh, come on now. He has his uses. How else would he have stayed in power all these years? Or wait, actually, corruption. That's how he's done it. Fantastic, Verm-like corruption, reaching into the bowels of the earth.
She looks at the ground and nods.
The position of my unusual colleague does not reflect official policy. I hope you understand. The RCM does not pick sides.
Of course. And I don't expect you to share anything he told you with me. I'm not a corrupt Verm myself. However, if you felt like discussing something, how could I stop you? Are we not human? Are we not curious to hear another person's take? It's only natural. We would only be gossiping.
Intellectually speaking, it would be quite interesting to hear what she has to say about these things.
Mr. Everett is helping me find my gun. I'd rather talk about something else. He's helping me find my gun.
Oh. That's so helpful of him.
The lieutenant looks at you, and you can swear his jaw muscle is trembling. He's able to contain the anger and surprise.
Unconventional police officers sometimes lose their guns. They then go around and tell people about this, to gauge their reactions. It's all part of detecting.
Incredible. Simply incredible. And how is it going? Has this detecting produced a gun?
Miss Everett said it's almost ready to be found. Nope.
Well, maybe he's not as helpful as you thought then. Is there anything else?
Rather talk about something else for now, if you don't mind.
Of course, Detective. Should something come up later down the road, don't be afraid to drop by for a chat. Until then, is there anything I can help you with?
You on a boat?
Why, yes I am.
Not a lot of people on boats, are there?
Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around?
Wait, we're on an archipelago?
Yes, we are. We are on Le Caillou.
Technically, the neighboring Ozone and Fas Alamer island groups are archipelagos, while La Caillou, by contrast, is a single fertile landmass, the fourth largest island in the world. It is not an archipelago.
Wait, I thought Le Caillou was one big island.
Okay, if you want to get technical, the point is we're all on islands here, and sail is still the most expedient way to get from one island to another, especially when you're in a hurry to resolve a strike.
I still haven't seen anyone else sail around here.
I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage either.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol and pursuit vehicle. It's for crossing long distances in the greater Revachol industrial harbor. It's not a toy.
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol, between the city and the islands.
You need to make this lady admit she's only riding around on this boat because she's rich.
Yes, I do.
Before you do, it will be pertinent to ask other questions. Gather more info on this boat of hers.
Let me talk about this ergonomics going for the kill. Does she have a name?
The boat? No. It is called Cordelati 19 because that's the type of sloop it is.
Okay, but what kind of boat is it?
It's a pleasure craft, a 19 pacer. It also happens to be rated for Category 1 racing. Though these days I mainly use it for business.
How do you like it?
My sloop? I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips, baby.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we're investigating.
Alright, Kim, I'll get back on track. You told me to, like, mix up a bit. Keep her on her toes. Alright, let's talk about the economics of this boat.
Oh my, the E word. You mean to say that it's a symbol of conspicuous consumption? That I'm a member of the ruling class?
Yes, exactly. Oh, wait. Pre-Quismundo? Class wartime, baby. No, it's a symbol of our subjugation to foreign capital. A bad kind of capital. Forget about its outline. Let's do the second one. Class wartime, baby.
Detective, may I remind you that Mrs. Messier is a professional negotiator?
He doesn't look like he thinks you'll be bester in single combat.
Then what does that say? Does it say docking reserved for residents of Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A? 33A? This old proletarian haunt here. As I said, plenty of people drive boats, of all social strata.
Yeah, my reaction speed is super high. Fire back.
Your synapses flesh.
This house was built before the revolution. Funny, I don't see any other eels hill around. There doesn't seem to be much more space left for a 19-pace sloop doctor. This house was built before the revolution.
Okay, it is anti-centennial.
The people who live here now lead a different lifestyle, if you know what I mean.
I assure you, they drove quite a hard bargain for this space. But you're right. I am a bourgeois woman, and this is my fast, lightweight, interminably bourgeois boat.
Do you have license for it?
Officer, I assure you I'm a highly qualified pleasure craft operator.
The crowns of her teeth are porcelain, white as the boat's hull as she smiles. Her nonchalance might be related to something called the Wayfarer Act, a law that says she doesn't need a license. Sly Fox, you're not aggressive enough to harass her further on this.
I think I have a handle on the boat thing.
Good.
Got some more questions about
More
reality?
lessons in basic reality?
Oh, no.
Glad to have been of assistance.
Alright, that's it for
The
now.
little that I know. Anything else?
There's stuff about the trafficking. No. I'll come back to that.
Of course, Detective. Take care.
Wow, you work hard.
I do.
Oh, yes. You hustle. You're a provider. It's tough out there, but you keep it real and provide.
I guess I do, yeah. What hard work do I do exactly?
Look at yourself. You're a human pedometer. You must have walked 200,000 steps down cracked asphalt, mosaic, sand, and linoleum after you re-emerged. That is the sign of a hustler who never gives up. The world is harsh and people are evil. You didn't make it that way, and you won't let it break you. You ride.
Yeah, I ride a little. I fucking ride till I die, bitch. I'm not sure I ride. Yeah, let's go with that. I fucking ride till I die.
That's just what it's like. Life and death. But you got gills on your side, baby. Got those black papers with the faces of the innocents on them. You bring in the Franco-Negros and the Solas. It ain't easy, but you do it. Day in and day out. You didn't make the rules, but you won't lose. You're a cop, and a sprinter, and a money printer.
That's a good line, I heard that. I'm a cop, a sprinter, and a money printer. Oh, and then they're pulling stuff off to the suspicious boy guy. I guess I made some gills, sure.
Sure. And has it been easy? Is life easy? Have you not gone into cardiac arrest? Are you not about to have an anxiety attack or shoot yourself in the mouth? But you still hustle 24/7, ride or die. Now, ask yourself, are you rich?
Yes, quite.
Get out of here. You're a pauper. You work harder than anyone. Almost rode yourself to the grave, and you're still practically a hobo. Why is that?
It's because of the guard system riding my ass. The system is... Sorry, it's because of the guard guy riding my ass. The system is broken. There's a market for corrupt cops out there, but the immigrant crop has price dumped it. Fucking taxes, man. I don't know why I'm so poor. Yeah, the market for crop cops. There's a market for crop cops out there, but the immigrant cop has price dumped it.
Look, the immigrants are cool. The immigrants play cool music. Everyone likes them, especially the women. Don't hate on the immigrants. They've got nothing to do with you living under a boat.
Oh, I didn't realize that's how we got the immigrants. Whoops. I don't know why I'm poor.
Because of the taxes. G-Man's got his jam-covered sticky fingers in your pocket, stealing from you every time you buy, sell, walk, talk, fart, so much as sneeze. Aren't taxes almost non-existent in the Gotham estate that is Revachol?
I thought there were no taxes.
You and I both, but they got those indirect modes of taxation. Sales tax, excise duty, extraction tax. This tax that doesn't even have a name. Plus, there's the stuff people in other countries pay for that makes them ask for more money from you here. The Gossamer State's a myth. In total, the coalition government is taking 98% of all your money.
No fucking way, I guess I'm a free market fundamentalist now. You sure? It seems like a pretty big number. This isn't helping solve my money problem. This is only making me into a free market type. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'm into this or not. Are you sure? It seems like a pretty big number.
What are you not sure about? They're milking your nipples till they bleed. Can't you see? Aren't you sick and tired of having bloody nipples?
Bleeding nipples are kind of a pain, but how would deregulation help with that? Opt in by any little. You can opt in a little? Yeah, okay, I'll opt in a little.
It's all about the tax issue, hustler. No other problem in the world is as pressing as top marginal tax rates. And don't you fucking forget it.
Indirect modes of taxation. First, if you have a side bitch ideology cooking somewhere, don't sweat it. Fighting indirect taxation for the good of your state is compatible with all creeds. It's cool like that. You're a cool anarchist now, unless you don't want to be an anarchist, wherever. Stuff this meal ticket in your eye socket, and let's see if you can steal some love back from the robber barons at a custom agency and banditos at the Elysium Financial Oversight Committee. Alright, well I want to do the King of Conscious first. So I'll do that. Yeah, unlock. King of Conscious initialize. An hour and 25 minutes. I don't know if I'll actually do indirect modes of taxation. We'll see, I guess. Cool. Right. I feel like I need to do a conversation with her, but I'll give it a think and come back to that. It's already 10:30. A lot longer than I thought this game was going to go on for. This streaming session. Alright, cool. I'm getting tired now. But yeah, thank you for watching again. It's been a good stream. Yeah, really enjoying it. I'm glad I found that woman in the end. It's been an age trying to find her. It feels like I'm making good time in the game as well. I feel like there's key challenges per day, and I seem to be hitting those landmarks. It's interesting how it's kind of leaning into more like what kind of political stance is my character directing leaning into? Am I communist? Am I capitalist? And all that. So yeah, it's good. It's good. I'm enjoying it. So next stream is on Thursday, 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Yeah, if you're watching YouTube, yeah, feel free to come over to my Twitch and watch me there. Alright, cool. Well, thanks for watching. See you guys around next time.